Didn't hear you. So now we're gonna go. All right. Did I solve the problem? Just solve the problem. Solve the problem. Ready to restart.
Just. All right, guys. So just 2 lines about it. Thanks a lot for being here. We're very excited to have a STEG in town. Myself, I just recently moved. It's a very exciting place to be. I'm finding, and I hope you find it as well. Just one thing: if you have any logistic question regarding anything that you want to ask beyond what Doug was talking about, you can always ask Caroline, who is outside in the desk that you find us next to the office. All right. So I hope everything is clear, and I hope we have plenty of fun and we learn a lot from each other. It's great to have a lot of familiar faces in town, and it's great to see some of the faces that are very unfamiliar and we're very happy to get to know. Yeah. Thank you.
So I'll just give a welcome on behalf of the STEG program. So I think, first of all, thank you all for making the time and traveling and coming here to join this set of meetings. We're really excited. This is the first time that we've done the STEG thematic workshops in person. The first time we've done the STEG thematic workshops in person. We've done them on Zoom for the 3 or 4 years since we started. It's really nice to be together. We hope that people will take advantage of the opportunity of being physically in the same space to get to know people they don't already know. That's part of the goal here, is we're trying to build a community of people working on structural transformation. I'm going to say very little other than to welcome you all, and we'll have chances to have lots of conversations over the next days. I do want to say, because a couple of people have already asked, this is in principle year 4 of 5 years of coming to the end of the 4th year of STEG, which was initially conceived as a 5-year program. We have been unofficially told that we're being renewed out to 2028 or 2029 or 2030, or sometimes so far off in the future that, but so we're really excited. We're excited in part because the program gets to continue, and in part because our funders think that it's worth continuing. So that means that you should also think of this not just as a chance to present work that's already done, but as a chance to build relationships and partnerships and to find people to work with over the next 5+ years. So again, we're just really excited for the next few days and looking forward to I'm looking forward to getting to meet a lot of you that I haven't met. As Raul says, it's great to see familiar faces, but I think the really exciting part is that it's not just the same people that we've already had in the same room. It's great to see a bunch of new faces and to get to know a broader community. So on that note, I'm going to stop, and I'm going to turn it over. Robert, do you want to say a couple of words by way of introduction to theme 0, and then Taryn, or I guess Taryn, you're on for theme 1. Did either of you want to say anything? Taryn's no way. Theme 2, that's right. Theme 1 would be Paco. Yeah, Paco. Do you want to? Nothing. Yeah. Okay. So we'll leave it at that. And then I guess in the best spirit of things, we should just start. Who's up first? All right. And the room is going to walk out on you en masse partway through. So Sam's up first. Somebody. So.
Yes. That was. Yeah, this looks okay. Yeah. Can we put on full screen?
It's not a high stakes room. And we also recognize very interesting. Major comments and suggestions, and
But it will be, I think it will be one 1 hour of which the people questions. We like 5 minutes for questions at the end.
Different teams have different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we're going to be 1 hour with.
Okay.
Maybe the questions will but it will be 5 minutes more than anybody wants to.
Okay.
And please interrupt me early if you're gonna leave before I get to that. Okay, so thanks everyone for showing up here for my talk. So I'm going to be talking about labor market power of Sub-Saharan Africa, and particularly the role of small firm self-employment and migration. So the question is, does labor market power affect development? And so to put this in context, or to give you some background, labor market power, when firms have labor market power, pay workers wages that are below product. And so in this context, developing countries, because of large costs of migration, but this means that firms are mainly going to be competing for workers locally, so labor markets are going to be quite local. And then when wages are lower, because firms have more labor market power, that's going to make self-employment more attractive, because the relative wage of self-employment is going to be higher relative to what firms are offering. And it's going to lead to 2 types of labor misallocation. So one is across firms, so because workers are only going to see the wages they're offered, which is not a one-to-one correspondence with the productivity, and there's some misallocation of self-employment. So this suggests that labor market power will reduce aggregate output, but given what we know about developing countries, that a lot of employment is self-employment. Most firms are quite small. It's not clear whether this is going to be a relevant margin. In this paper, I'm going to be asking how does labor market power affect consolidation in Tanzania. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to combine migration data with this novel data set of firms from Tanzania called the Employment and Earnings Survey, which is an annual census of all the firms in the country. Then I'm going to estimate use Tanzania's 2010 sectoral minimum wage law, which specifies a national minimum wage, as well as I get to go until 10:05, right? Because I started late. Okay. Sorry. So I'm going to use Tanzania's sectoral minimum wage law to identify the labor supply elasticity. And then I'm going to put this into a structural model that's going to incorporate the size distribution of firms in Tanzania, self-employment, and fixed salary. So in case I don't finish, because everybody's going to leave early, the previous results, so what I find is that wages and small, that they're close to the competitive level. So what this means, so if we look across countries, in the US, there's quite a range depending on how you model it, of between 65% and 92%. And so that this the 79% is saying basically what's the markdown you're going to get that's coming exclusively from worker preferences. So there's 2 sources of market power that firms have. So one is if you're relatively large within your market, then you have local wage setting power. But 2, because of idiosyncratic preferences over workers, they're not always going to work for the firm that offers the highest wage. So if you think if you're going to work here and they're going to pay you $500,000, or you're going to work across the street at the primary school, assuming that's there, and they pay you $600,000, maybe you want to work here because your friends would also work. Okay, so when we look at the relative size of firms within the market, self-employment is going to be making them smaller. So they're going to have each firm make about so the difference between a small firm and a self-employed person is a self-employed person receives all of their profit and pays themselves, whereas a firm keeps some of the profit and pays themselves. Yeah. So, so most of the firms are small, but they're paying wages. I'm thinking the ones that are paying wages to workers. And so self-employment is going to be reducing each and any one of them that has a non-negligible share of the market. It's going to make it even smaller. And then when we compare rural and urban districts, we're going to find that wage markets are less competitive in rural districts because there's fewer firms, and so each one makes up a larger share. So because of that there are fewer firms and labor there is less mobile, it's harder for them to move into the big cities. This is going to lead to a larger misallocation of labor into self-employment. And so as you see in the data, there's a higher share of people working in self-employment in rural areas. Now, when we look at the wage versus productivity gap, what it shows is that so urban wage workers are more productive. It's just people who are working for are more productive than rural wage workers, but they're earning even higher. Because of this difference between productivity and wages, you're going to have a larger share of workers being employed in self-employment, and because self-employment is less productive than wage work, this is going to exacerbate the gap between rural and urban income when you look across everyone. So then this goes up to about 100% difference once you include self-employment. So what this all implies is that the optimal policy is to bring workers bring firms to workers and increase the number of firms in rural areas, rather than a policy that brings workers to the cities. And so what's showing us from these policy counterfactuals is that there's large gains from increasing the number of firms in rural areas, but then when we reduce the migration cost, there's a negligible change in total output. And when we compare these to the infeasible policy counterfactual, where we make markets competitive, in that case, there's a 17% increase in total output. And so this one where you increase the number of firms, depending on how much you increase the number of firms in rural areas, that's going to be even larger than 17%. You can get above the competitive level by increasing the number of firms. Question? Yeah. So you compare the roads so in this case, because of the data I have, I don't know about the wage to take the workers. I don't know about profit or capital. So I'm just assuming that technology is not using capital. So as long as the technology is the same across the size of the firms, and we can independent that they are have to show that it's all that yeah, they may not know what the data have, but there's nothing to say about that. So
it's the labor productivity of the labor productivity.
Yeah. Okay, so to put this into context, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be combining this work with a spatial equilibrium model. So that's the theoretical basis of this, and use context of what watching between 65 and 93%, with 65% is some reduced form results of this further kind of confidence and monthly. What they're saying is if you put this into a structural model, it actually markets is more competitive than they get here. And so there's a number of estimates now for the developing countries. So these are more middle income countries, these ones in Latin America, and so they can quite a range of markdowns for these. And this first one at 90% to as low as 50%. And then this new paper that's looking across countries. So what they're finding is that there's 55% the wage markups, people are paid 55% of the gross product in the low income countries. And so the reason that I find such a much higher number, because I'm accounting for self-employment, as I pointed out before, as we count for self-employment, firms a lot less than market power here, and just looking at the first part. And then when we look at the literature on migration, I'm going to spend part of the world or the income gap is expected from this allocation that's taught by big program. This is not some explanation for why this. Yeah.
Sorry, was there a microphone?
Yes. Hello? Does?
Oh, you mean,
It does work?
it's-
Okay, yeah, I thought I had a good outdoor voice, but it's not. Okay. Is it working?
No, that's.
Okay.
I'm wondering.
But I can practice my computer. Okay, so I'm going to be combining migration data from the LSMS with this labor force survey from Tanzania called the ILFS. And so I'm going to use that to estimate migration flows, and as I mentioned before, the employment and earnings is going to be coming from this survey. So what it has is every firm that has at least 50 employees, and then we're going to have a sample of all the firms with fewer employees. And so, but importantly, what this is going to tell me is the total wage growth for the firm, the total number of employees, the number of employees in these different bid sizes or these different bids of wages. But it's not going to tell me anything about how profitable the firm was, how much capital they had. And then finally, we get the Tanzanian minimum wage data, which I'm just going to be using this project for identification from the Tanzanian government. So now I'm going to show you some facts to help motivate the model. So the first thing I want to highlight is that when we look at rural versus urban districts, so in urban districts, about 30% of the employed workforce is engaged in wage work. There's only 5% in rural areas. But then when you look at people who are employed in self-employment, almost all of them, or 80% of them are engaged in agriculture. Rural areas, so there's a difference in the type of work that's being done. And then put this also in context of what's happening like the US, but you might probably have read there's some more development. So Tanzania there's a much higher rate of self-employment than the US. So one thing you have to understand is why self-employment is so much more attractive here. So yes, so my understanding is that a lot of people have multiple occupations and expect occupation. So these numbers are coming from the census, and they just person is one. Right, one.
Okay, this is ours. The number of households that are well, in the they might be higher time.
Yes. Yeah, so I'm gonna when I find the labor shares, I'm just gonna use what they say is a primary basis. Yeah, I mean the fact that people do more than one type of work. Oh, I see what you're saying. When they're working for themselves, so yes, okay, yes, so in the model of self-employed person, someone who's not demanding labor, in the data, in theory, if they were demanding data, then they would show up, they could potentially show up in this firm today.
Additionally, being employed 90% of self-employed.
So this is yeah, I was actually told that I can take out all of the information that was able to this is conditional on yes, so I can have yes, this this is conditional on being employed and at work. And these two, the self-employed rates don't add up to 100 because there's people that are engaged in sort of other type of work that are to show them that it's not very much. So, so now that what's important is for the yes. So what and what way? Yes. I have data on the gender and the age, but not the skills. Yes, so one thing is here is that so if you assume that the workers have differences in ability based on what I can observe in the data, then that there's no way to fully disentangle how much difference in wages that they're receiving is due to their ability versus the market power of the firm. Or if there is, I haven't seen that yet, and I haven't thought of it yet, but maybe one day. But I have a paper before this, so I'm actually looking at it across men and women, and that's the important margin. I haven't Wait, so one thing that I need to motivate that's happening in the model, which is a bit new, is how I'm modeling self-employment. The first thing I want to show is that when you look at firm wages, so what's happening here is I'm plotting the firm wage against the share of people in each district who are engaged in self-employment, and so this makes sense. As firm wages increase, you have fewer people working in self-employment. But the second fact on the document is that it's income in self-employment increases, you have fewer people working. So the naive thing would be to think, with not naive, but the first thing that would come to mind is, okay, so if people are making more money in self-employment, why are more people working in self-employment in this occasion? And so then when we look at the relationship between firm wages and self-employment wages, it's moved to the left along firm wages here. So firm wages are getting lower. There's this positive correlation with self-employment wages. And so what's happening is that firm wages are getting lower. You have fewer people, so you have more people working for firms, and so there's fewer people working for working in self. Sorry, not next level. Again, but the point is that what this is showing is that you have decreasing purchase scale in self-employment. This is some evidence of it, and I don't say too much on it, but it follows it. Okay, so the second thing I want to show you is about the effect of self-employment on market share. And so firms, when you don't account for self-employment, and that these red columns here, so you have the firms, they have a much larger market share within their district, and that's going to be one source of wage setting power. But then once you account for self-employment, their share of the market is decreasing quite a lot because there are so many people who are engaged in self-employment, so that's going to make markets more competitive. Yeah.
I might have this is familiar, but a lot of the self-employment that you're talking about is self-employed advocacy. We're talking to have the same kind of regulations. And so how is that related to that? The rural urban divide, a lot of the self-employed in rural areas would be.
Yes, so in the model, there's going to be a different productivity for self-employment in each location.
Maybe I'll say.
Oh, okay.
In the data, how are you computing wages to the self-employed?
I see. So yeah, so the stuff that people are eating, I know that. So I'm just using what they report as their income at the moment. So that this integrated labor force survey so that's the one I'm using for the wages. I think that the LSMS maybe does a better job on this. And I understand that there's someone who's put together from what people need in the prices, a calculation of how much their self-employment income is in agriculture. I haven't been able to get that data, or my emails haven't been answered. But so hopefully in the future maybe it will look better, but that's what I'm doing now. So I think that, but they're reporting that. So in the slate report survey, they don't say anything about how much they eat, and but definitely people who are doing agricultural self-employment earn less than the people who are selling things on the street.
Sorry, can you please go back to the previous slide? One more, sorry. So you say you need to take the some now.
So I think that there's two things that are going on here. So the one is so I think most of this is coming from these rural districts, and so in
Blue dots.
yeah, so the blue dots are the urban districts where I think the it does look like perhaps something different is happening in rural districts, and that there's no decrease in fertile, that's the rate of decrease in fertility is lower. But for students, assume that returns are the same, and yeah, I would do that. It would make the models significantly more complicated. It's complicated. Okay. The last thing I wanted to do is to show people what Tanzania looks like, to give you lots of context. So this is Dar es Salaam, which is the largest city. And so as you can see, that the population is not uniformly distributed across the country. And so then, in particular, when you look at the roads, these rural areas are not as well connected as places where they're. So when you overlay that, the change in the population over the last 10 years, you can see that these places there's not a lot of migration, and so when this is suggested up, it's that repeats and everybody already knows is that there are quite high migration costs, especially in the rural areas. Okay. I mean, okay, yeah.
So migration. Migration.
Can I do well with international migration?
What is international migration?
There is international migration, but in the model, there's no international migration. The thing about a close economy. The number of people who are migrating internationally. So the problem, I have another project where we're looking at migration across countries in Africa, and that the problem is you only know the migrants when they're interviewed in the receiving country. So I have no idea how many people that's represented in the whole country. And so there's about 70 million people here. And so, but if the numbers I saw in the other people were correct, then the international migration would be extremely small. But I think that it's actually larger than what it seems. But I don't think that it's. Okay, so we only see migrants in other countries in the international study. So because of that, I don't know the full number of people who are migrating internationally. But if you believe the numbers in the other studies, because there's 70 million people who live in Tanzania, then there's basically nobody who's migrating out of the country. I think there's more people migrating out of the country than are observed outside of the country. What about
Temporary.
Oh, so I think that in this context, from what I understand, the temporary migration is in Southeast Asia. So a lot of it is. So I mean, there could be people who are migrating to their families. Is that internationally? Is that what you're asking?
No, I was thinking more domestic. According to one obviously, according to the world sense
Yeah, I'm not as aware of that happening in this context as like where the thing is when we did and previous project that they tried to do the induce people to see and migrate in Eastern African countries that nobody was doing it because it wasn't happening. So that's the extent of my first-hand knowledge about the seasonal migration, because is way less common here.
Suppose we want to know this money. If you know it, so then you have to go over to the small. So it doesn't really
Yes, that's so what I'm actually going to use for the migration flows is the flows in the census. I'm going to limit to working age people. Because there's a lot of this return migration on the old. And a huge percent of that people, they have the villages. Okay. Yeah.
maybe I need.
Of the market.
Market. That is market.
So the market here is the small student that can disaggregate the data at it, so it's going to be a district in Tanzania. And so unfortunately, I don't have on this. So there's 23 regions and 120, I think, districts, and so those are going to be the markets in this context. So but it's going to be, you think of it as being a big market, but it's not a commuting zone times industry as they do it in the US. And so the reason actually, so it's an important point, the reason I'm not saying that it's a location times industry is because I think that workers are not, working in one industry, that they're moving, and people move in and out of self-employment and wage work quite frequently, and they're moving across industry. So I think that the industry are competing in labor markets with each other. Like the locations that are unit of market. Okay, so now unless anybody has more questions, we're going to move on to the fun part. Okay, so under the model, there's going to be a discrete set of locations, and each location is going to be endowed with an amenity, which is going to be a capital B, and there are going to be MD -1 firms, and then the self-employment sector. So each firm is going to be endowed with a productivity A, and they're going to compete for workers in cordial competition. And then there's going to be a self-employment sector in each location, and it's also going to have some productivity, and it's going to have decreasing returns to scale, which is from what I showed in the previous graph. And the main difference, so the firm workers are going to be competing in cordial competition, but in self-employment, all workers are going to earn their average product. Okay, and there's going to be a measure of workers that will be indexed by omega, and they're going to be endowed, each worker is going to be endowed with a firm location and a preference, vector of preferences over firms, which is going to be this, this nested double distribution. And so, what this is going to mean is that firms within a location are going to be close to substitutes and firms across location. That's nested. The workers are going to make two decisions. The first is the migration decisions. They're going to choose a location B based on the wages from all the firms in that location, the amenities in that location, and the migration costs from their origin to their destination. And they're also going to make the decision to choose within that location. They're going to choose the firm I based on the wages and their personal draw over the amenities. Okay, and they're going to make these decisions simultaneously. That's the setup. Okay, and so there's going to be a labor supply curve from each origin to each firm. And so so what's going to be happening is so if you think here, so NO is basically index of total labor in each origin. So if you think of this as if you divide this by NO, you get basically you get the share of workers who are going to this firm. And so the first term is the okay, so this first term here is going to be the share of workers that go to that firm within the market. And so the wage from that firm over this index of wages for the market. And so that it's not going to be exactly the share of proportional because of this sort of data, which is going to be the elasticity between firms within the market. And then the share of workers who are going to go into each market is going to depend on the total aggregate wage index in the market their amenity and the migration costs from the origin over the total. Then that it's going to be weighted for each origin based on the amenity and the migration costs. So now, so the markdowns in the model. So each firm is going to pay this markdown view, which is our workers' marginal product. And so this view is always this model. It's the labor supply elasticity over 1 plus the labor supply elasticity. And so this is coming out of so if you're familiar with the worker paper. So in their model, the labor supply elasticity is going to be so S is the firm's wage to market share. So the total payments to labor over the total payments to workers in that location. And so it's going to be so in their model, the labor supply elasticity is the weighted average of the between firm within a market elasticity data and the between market elasticity data. So the data is like the migration elasticity, and data is more like a commuting elasticity. And so what I'm adding here when we add on this migration cost, is you get this other term here, this third term, which is basically is capturing the sort of the labor market access that a firm has. So how much of the total labor market in the country the firm has access to. So if there's more workers, more freely mobile in that area, labor is going to be more or less. Okay, and so then these shares, the firm's market share, because of self-employment, that's going to reduce their market share, so that's going to shift more weight onto the between firm elasticity, or between firm within market elasticity. And so because people are more elastic between firms within the market, then across markets, the data is going to be greater than big. That's not probably lost of that. Okay. Read this slide. I think when that, okay, so we're going to the estimate. Okay, so it's the first okay, so the technology is actually going to be technology is exactly the same. It's just that the firms are going to be coming by. Most firms in self-employment are going to have this productivity, and then this output here is going to be the labor share. But it's going to be the same. Yeah, so the self-employment, I'm assuming that they also have this decrease in terms of skill, and that is. Oh, sorry. So yes, that's a good point. Thank you. So in self-employment, so what's going to happen is so here it said it's a total amount of labor, and so in the rural areas, the way I think about this is you have a fixed amount of land. If there's more people working on land, then that's the full measure, the full measure of labor in self-employment in a location.
So this is an allocation aggregate.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, and also each person has measured skills, so we can't have it. But that means
And they supply one unit of labor inelastically.
right.
Because that labor would be the same. We always people out of the the regular economy, one of the time,
Okay. So it's
I think the same problem that's having to be. This technology, especially in government, that's in some of these villages, the only thing that's keeping people out of self-employment is the connection in terms, so that they can go to work for low productivity firms. So they have some greater. They're firms.
yes, yeah.
The point about having it be in a core solution, the only problem I really see with that is that
the payment. So that because the firms, their fees for workers are put down, but then they're retaining the profits themselves. Or I'll think about it. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky on how to model, so, but it's very important, so any alternative way, I'm happy to. So, okay, so the way I'm gonna estimate this is, so first I'm gonna estimate the reduced form, so I'm gonna estimate the free market elasticity using the reduced form of labor supply estimation. And so what's happening here is that so the large firms are not going to respond to changes in wages at the smallest firms. And so when you take this thing, if you limit when your share goes to zero, the labor supply elasticity should be down with certain data. Okay, and then I'm going to estimate this other firm's data and the market, and this market share, which is going to be a function of the amended migration costs and the wage index. I'm going to estimate that from structural model, and then we put this into a structural migration model. So it comes out of this model, and then I'm going to plug it into the actual model to calibrate to match the firm's labor share. Okay, so what you see here is I'm going to use the card prover instrument. So I'm going to use the firm's exposure to the minimum wage in 2010 to estimate as an instrument to estimate their labor supply elasticity. And something that, and so I have this curve here, which is the wage plus the wage times market share. And this is going to capture how labor supply elasticity changes as the firm becomes larger within the market. And then, so and as I mentioned before, when the firm's market share goes to zero, you're going to get this firm data. So that's going to correspond exactly to this firm data one expression. Okay.
So what I'm thinking, what is the difference between those kinds of firms that there's more firms and so it sounds they're almost as price thing. So why do you have to separate the employment sector at the right individual firms where there is a
Yeah, so again, this from before. So the main reason I have it separately is because the way firms are competing. So there's when you look at the data, people based on how much they earn in self-employment, there's no way that so many people should be working in self-employment because they earn extremely small amounts. So they really like to work in self-employment. Yeah, they're truly unproductive, but they really love. Yeah, but but these extremely small firms, so this size zero firm, it's not something that's going to exist in the data, it's something that's like in theory, if you make the firm go, the size of the firm go to zero. But there are firms with 1 or 2 employees, and so, and those should be the ones that this is sort of capturing, and so, and it's the main difference is that the firms with 1 or 2 employees are significantly more productive than self-employment, and but I guess the large reason that I needed it is because of how they differ in the model. So small firms are still competing with large firms for workers, and so how much they pay workers is going to depend on how much large firms are paying workers, whereas in self-employment, no matter what the large firms are paying, they're always going to pay themselves or their workers the same amount.
I think you want to answer the road the other way. You want to say that the reason you have self-employment in the model explicitly is that 80% of the people in the data define themselves as being self-employed, just being over at small firms. So,
So the difference between the self-employed, the other firms, the self-employed firms, they want to chop it. There's no events in the system.
So if self-employment is active as an entire sector, and so then the wages that average are yeah. So that so just to confirm here, so that this is confirm here because so the main point from the synopsis papers developing for developed countries is that once you get into larger firms, it looks like their market power is much larger because they're not accounting for the strategic interaction. But the only thing we care about, or I care about, we should also care about here, is over at 0. So these 2 lines, one is going to include self-employment, and the other one is going to don't for estimation of the market power. To get vastly different numbers here, we do this one over here, but already we shouldn't actually take these numbers seriously, but when you go to 0, the estimation of the latest files is yeah.
Areas that around this page over the weight at the time of body.
So the way I haven't had the pleasure of being able to go to Kansas and actually observe how things work myself, but from what I understand from people who do work there and what talked about this and from the data I have is that there are formal firms and they have few informal, or they have few informal employees, and those are reported in the data. But these informal firms, to the extent that they're I mean, all in theory, all the firms should be in the state of producing. They have an employee. They could show up in the data they have. So it's not like only the ones that pay taxes are in there. If that makes sense. So it has they have every single firm that has 150 employees, and then they took a sample, they take a sample. There are many more these very small firms, so they don't sample every single one of them. And so that they in theory have a report, and they have a list of all of the firms that includes these informal firms, the extent of informal firms, they have them. They should be in the state. So, but yeah, so I think we're studying most of the labor is in self-employment, and so I think my thoughts say if you have an informal person, then you would be showing up in self-employment. But maybe if you have one person outside of general, you're not going to show up. Another, I should think about that. It could be the case because people who those that are self-employed data that have workers outside of their household. And that's not normal. That's all. Okay. Okay, so now, so for the structural estimations, I'm just gonna call Brian and Warren's strategy of calculating the tau using the ratio of migration flows. And then this structural equation comes out of the model here. Okay, and then so from the first stage, I'm going to calibrate within market between firms, so 3.7, 3.8. So I'm going to calibrate that to estimate this migration equation, and then I get an instrument for these wage, these market wage indices using the equivalent version using of the wage index using the minimum wage indication. Okay, and so we estimate that I get between market elasticity, so migration elasticity about 1.5. And so here, what this is showing is that when you go instrument for the wage index, you get a higher, sorry, a lower number. And so when you go instrument for the wages, what's happening is that locations, the angle value of the mandates in location from the value of the wages there. And so what it's saying is that the places with higher mandates will offer lower wages. So once you do the instrumentation, you get the actual migration classes. The wage migration classes. Okay, and then so just to show you what this looks like in the data once you plot the estimated values. And so, so in rural areas, you have this long tail of markdowns going down below 70%. But the urban areas, markets are quite competitive. And almost everyone pays the most competitive wage. So this value here of 79%, that's the highest wage markdown you can get based on the preferences that people have over firms. And so in one of the firms actually that are in rural areas, it's going to have a lot of market power. They're not large agricultural establishments. They're these huge schools that I found that they teach some sort of nursing or medicine, but they have several thousand employees, and it's basically the main employer in one of these rural districts. And so there are a number of those, and those seem to be the ones that are in the rural areas and have a lot of market power. So it's not just agriculture and mining. Okay, so the last thing to the so I'm going to calibrate the model. The only parameter I'm borrowing is this labor share. And so I can estimate firm mandates, so target the firm labor share. So the reason I have to do this is because you have there's a much larger share of workers in self-employment than you would predict from the data. And then once I do that, I'm going to run several counterfactuals. The first one is this indefeasible policy counterfactual where it's going to enforce all the firms to pay competitive wages. And so this is infeasible because there's no way you could ever make a policy that says, okay, every firm has to pay workers the marginal product. Now, and then I'm sort of going to compare that with three feasible, I say in air quotes, policy counterfactuals, which are things that government theory can try to implement, but not that they can go through this full set. And so the three of those are, one is the classic one of eliminating migration costs. The second one is to increase the number of firms in rural areas. And so this number by increasing by 5 times, what that's doing is bringing up to half the rate as an urban district. So it basically incentivizing firms to move to rural areas. Well, so no, yeah, I don't have that. So the number of firms in each location taken as exogenous. And the question of why, I mean, there's a lot of other great research that says why there aren't firms in the rural areas. And Yes, so I mean, the thing I thought about now that we perhaps better this is trying to incentivize the firms to, in the urban areas to move to the rural areas. Well, the way you should think of it is that maybe the number of firms in each location is this exactly parameter and just getting the bed. Okay, so yeah, I agree. It's not perfect. I mean, one thing we picked about, I guess, is yeah. I could
think about that is the
yeah, yes, yeah. No, so yes, I don't, this particular, let's just put highlight this now and I'll, that may make this something better in the future. So I guess the point here is to highlight how the migration policy, which is typical for the one that I'm proposing in migration literature, how that varies from this facing the opposite policy, which is not trying to incentivize people to move out, but just allowing people to say we change the markets locally. I think that's so one way to what is suggesting added that initial cost that would yeah. This could yeah. That's I got the I think that's not exactly the policy I want to get, but I'm not sure exactly whether that would be a problem. So the way to something. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we kind of say, but then also there's no, I don't have access to the rest of that. Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, sorry. These are feasible in quotes. These are like if you don't put it in the extreme, just that make the point. So none of these are in particular it's making self-employment illegal. That's like that's not people. It's but these are things that these are policy counterfactuals that are feasible in the sense that a government could try and do something to get part of the way there. Whereas it's one of making markets competitive, there's no way we could, to the best of my knowledge, just because they were this is basically changing the way firms compete with each other, so there's no way that you could try and do this. So that's important to show because of what happens in a competitive case because of markets. Great. So the first thing I want to show is that so when you move to the competitive case, the output is 70% higher. So that's because there's more workers that can leave work because the wages are higher there. But then when you eliminate migration costs, that actually has no effect on output. And so because migration costs, what that's doing is you're eliminating the frictions across locations, but you're not eliminating any of the sectoral friction. And so basically most of the misallocations coming in these models is from people working too much in self-employment, working for the wrong firms. The eliminated migration cost doesn't change the share of workers in each market, but it doesn't change the share of workers across sectors within each market. And then this one where you increase the number of firms work in rural areas, which is the highlight point, you actually get when you bring up the number of personal areas to half of the level of the urban areas, you actually get twice as large of an increase in output as you do from going to the competitive case. But then what this is highlighted here is that really the main thing that's holding that output is oversupply of workers and self-employment. And so when you make it so people can work in self-employment, you get this huge increase in 60% in output with everyone's working. So the people, the product, average product of workers in firms, so it's down by quite a bit, but because everyone is sorting into the firms, firms are much more productive and self-employment, you get this very large increase now. Okay, and so then, as I mentioned at the very beginning, when you look at the rural urban wage versus productivity gap, so in the bottom here's the farm workers are slightly more productive, 6% more productive than rural workers, so they earn higher wages. But then once you include this in this allocation for the how to describe additional workers into self-employment in rural areas, and you get this the wage gap actually understates the difference between productivity in rural and urban areas. Okay, and then yes. And then, so then what I want to show here is that even when you go through all these, none of them are really eliminating the productivity gap. When you get rid of self-employment, things get small, get lower. And actually here, when you increase the number of firms in rural areas by such a large amount, you actually get that rural workers are more productive. So this is suggesting here maybe that this policy is going too far. Basically, this includes something, and not a timer being perfect. So in the state where go back in time. So the state where we asked how does labor market affect its allocation in Tanzania. So they showed us that labor markets are more competitive because of self-employment. And so about almost 90% of workers are paid 80% of their marginal products. First, facial frictions increase the labor market power in firms in rural districts, which makes self-employment more attractive, and you have a larger share of workers engaged in self-employment because of this. And so the software policy, which I don't want to take too seriously at this point, but what this is suggesting is that maybe we should change our thought from just being that we want to get workers out of rural areas into cities. We want to make it more attractive for firms to go into rural areas. This means to bring the firms to the workers, so that this is not. But you shouldn't take the policy too seriously. But that's the general idea. Is that maybe there's some other way to think about it. That's not just moving people out of rural areas. Yeah.
So,
yes. So, yeah, I know that maybe I should be thinking about welfare. The reason that I originally didn't think about welfare in any of these is because in the past, one of the things to compare with the learning migration classification, and value of each location, and so that's going to change people's value of each living in location. Yes, I should think about well. So everyone may have a factor of preferences over working, and they have a managed draw for self-employment each location and for each firm.
if there's something like that, that can be lost. Like there's a big outcome for you to ban self. There's people with value self and wealth and preferences.
Yeah, so here you can define welfare, but everybody seems to value self-employment much more.
Just to think about your policy implication of moving firms to workers, you don't want to move a small number of big firms. You want to move, right? You don't want to move firms that are going to exercise market power. So want to be careful, and I can imagine governments interpreting that conclusion as being going to subsidize big firms and set up factories in rural areas. And that's pretty specifically not what you're.
Yes, so I had,
You're gonna have to study that. And that's the.
so in this particular policy, that's what I'm doing.
I'm not doing that. That's what you do.
Yeah, it's,
We should really move to the next part.
okay. Okay, thanks for the comment.
Yeah.
Right, so thanks a lot for the organizers for putting me on the program. Try to get a bit closer. This is my project with Dr. Chen. He's at the Bank of Portugal. I'm at the Peking University. We are working on this project for quite some time. I guess work in progress until it's not, so I would comment it's very valuable for us. So please just interrupt me if I'm hungry or I just landed at 2 a.m. tonight, so I can do it roughly too. Okay, so what I want to study here is broadly thinking about agricultural development policies. Agriculture, we know, is a key margin to think about for government and setting the policies, both in developing and developed countries.
Time if you want to leave the talk, give us 5 minutes. Yeah, just 5 minutes to do this.
So check sound check 1 2 3 check 1 2 3 check. Check 1 2 3 1 2 3 check 1 2 3. Okay, 1 2 yes 1 2 check 1 2. Right, check. Does work better than this one. Great to see you, Karol. Yes. Sorry about the interruption. All right, so I guess I'll continue. Sake of time. Right? So like that, we know that agricultural policy is at the heart of government policy, both in developing and developed countries, because we all care about reliable food supply. From the academic and policy point of view, we also know right now, I guess, that the differences in agricultural productivity across countries, they could explain differences in economic development. And if we think about these differences in agricultural productivity and we look around the world, then we know that Sub-Saharan Africa has been lagging behind the other regions of the world. Asia and South America, they managed to catch up kind of during this wave of the Green Revolution. Sub-Saharan Africa failed to. I guess if we look at yields, agricultural yields, they're still far behind those other regions of the world. And a little bit, you know, a few 2 decades ago, 2003, African Union member states, they signed the so-called Maputo Declaration, where they loosely committed to devote more resources, public resources, to boost agricultural productivity in the region. And around that time, this was not a specific program of this committee, of this agenda that they signed up, but around that time, 10 countries in Sub-Saharan Africa introduced large-scale input subsidy programs, ISPs, which primarily target staple production. So staples such as rice or maize, corn, depending on the country, because they are important source of food, can be relatively quickly treated and brought to the table, so they are important from both food security point of view, but also if you think about agricultural productivity more broadly. So these programs, of course, they have the potential to make food more available, not only in villages but also in cities through market trade. But on the downside, maybe this policy by targeting staple production, they may divert resources from cultivating exportable cash crops. And in many countries in the region, cash crops are the primary source of export revenue. This can also feed into the structural change more broadly, if you're thinking about the allocation of talent between rural, urban regions, and so on. And from the macroeconomic point of view, there might be also important effects coming with these programs, because as I said, in many countries in the region, they were really large scale, these were really large scale interventions. So we can anticipate that these programs may affect income consumption or inequality, right? So here in this project, precisely we want to look at the macro effects of these ISPs, input subsidy programs, and we will be mostly focusing on the farm input subsidy program in Malawi, which was, I think, by far in the region in some years costing up to 6% of GDP. Okay, so that's going to be our key case study.
So basically, define the difference between the agricultural and the semi-agricultural that are using international. So what they find is that basically in the four countries, they basically the value of it is lower using the domestic farm. So long as the vision directly that change, those elements information is already.
I don't know about this, so I have to think a little bit more about this, I guess.
So no one
I haven't seen this, so I mean, I will get that this to get the rights. Guys, so what we are doing is we're going to take mostly a quantitative structural approach here. We're going to evaluate this policy in Malawi with a dynamic stochastic general equilibrium, IAGAR-like model, heterogeneous households, productivity shocks, occupational choice. This will be a environment with a working capital constraint, potentially limiting investment of farmers. And importantly, we're introducing here transaction costs in the food sector. So this is a little bit of a maybe methodological contribution for this class of models applied to agriculture. And we're going to use this model to think about both micro and macro effects of the farm input subsidy program, because we can control the general equilibrium in our model. So that's what we are going to do, and consider some other policies or designing the program. So as a preview, we find that in Malawi, there's a significant misallocation. You know this from the literature. And And we see that the program induces, exacerbates this urban-rural misallocation, and these losses due to misallocation, they dominate any efficiency and equity gains that can be triggered by the program. This program that we estimate is too generous, mostly benefits urban, although targets primarily rural sector. In the long run, it benefits urban. But when we downscale this program by 50%, then we show that there is a room to create some efficiency gains, because there's a sweet spot. We also consider some broadly defined infrastructure investment program, and we show that this is superior to finding subsidy. And we do some more empirical analysis as well, where we compare micro and macro data to predictions of our model, and we show that our results are probably consistent with the peers. So, we think that Malawi is a great opportunity to study this type of program because, as I said already, this is a country with largest ISP in the region. Large costs, up to 6% of GDP annually. According to both by Suela and Warwick, around 85% of the program is financed by Malawi government, so the rest by the donors. And it's as of today, it's I think in the top 10 poorest countries in the world. Very low GDP per capita, a lot of children stunted. I think 20% of population undernourished, and still most of people residing in rural areas, right? 80% in rural areas. So that sounds like a really frictional environment that if there's something to do, it may work there, right? So that's what we want to analyze. So as I said already, the transaction costs in the food sector will be kind of key element for us. So we want to, as a motivation, try to measure them a little bit. It's a challenging task, I guess, but what we're doing is we're taking the data from 2010 and we are computing the consumer and producer price per kilo of maize, corn, key staple in Malawi. We are comparing these consumer and producer prices, and we are finding this distribution that we see here. This is the log of it. And we see that on average, this ratio is translated out to around 5. So there's some evidence that these costs of transporting, processing are very large. Maybe the market power of intermediaries can be very large. That's what can be sitting there. We want to relate it to a relatively frictionless economy of the US. For the US, we compute similar ratio looking at wheat. Wheat is the key staple in the US, and this ratio is around 3 in the US, so significantly lower. So we think of this difference as an excessive transportation cost due to something, right? Maybe inadequate infrastructure, excessive market power intermediaries, things like that, information pressures. Okay, so we also try to find some indicative evidence, definitely not causal, what these transaction costs may be related to. And here on the right hand side, we have a regression, village level regression, 521 villages from 2010 Malawi cross section. We are explaining the log ratio of consumer to producer prices and the average village level ratio. And we find that the presence of a daily market in the village reduces this ratio by 8%, and that increasing the distance of the village to Boma, the district administrative center, increases this ratio, 1 kilometer increases this ratio by 8%. So there's something about liquidity of markets, infrastructure that may be driving these gaps. Okay, I'm not setting any causality, but this is something that I think we are trying to capture a little bit in the model as a black box as of now, but that's maybe what is behind that.
A little bit of that is, so there is only one season, right? This is May, in March. So there is a storage value of things, right? So the price of consumption does increase, when it's December, January, it's much higher. Yes. So if you were to put some monthly numbers in there, that you will the one.
Right, so.
That could be part of the story of the app. Maybe some state.
So we in the model, we will take a difference between this 5 and 3 as our measure of transaction costs, more or less around 2. And that way we, I think we're cutting it down by 20% or something relative to the raw numbers here. Say like, I think the email paper was done, or we make it clear that there's seasonality element there. Sorry? The village. So we are creating from household level. So if we find the transaction data at the household level, for consumer price, for instance, we see the purchase price, how much for, yes, in a particular month, yes. They sold, right, so. Right. And then we construct an average of this for the village. And that's right. For a year. So we don't take, we are not careful probably enough still about the seasonality. We probably can do something.
The selling happens right at the harvest, basically. The period, but then the buying purchases. And you have observation of that particular.
Yes, I record the date of observation. Yes. Yes, that's the date we will put. So maybe we can do more this. Okay, so that's the motivation why your transaction costs in this type of model may be important. In terms of literature, we're speaking to, so until recently, the usual approach to evaluating the simple subsidy programs has been primarily empirical. There's a paper by Chen and Karol 2018 summarizing this literature. More recently, there are 3 working papers that look at these programs in India, Zambia, and Uganda through structural models. So that's in line with our approach. How we differ is that I think those 3 papers, they mostly look at the distributional aspects of these programs. We model household a little bit maybe more carefully. And what we're getting here with this incomplete market environment, shocks that are uninsured, our equilibrium and transaction costs, our equilibrium would be inefficient. So what we get here is we not only are able to look at the distribution effects of this program, but also at the efficiency, potential efficiency gains. Transaction costs have been, of course, studied for a long time in agriculture. Many papers did that before. What we're doing is we're injecting it into the workhorse macroeconomic model type of IRI framework, right? Then, of course, there's an important literature related to our work on cultural productivity. There's some policy debate that maybe these programs could help close down these agricultural productivity gaps, but we show that actually the opposite happens, that you will increase them. Okay? Even if they're welfare improving, still, it seems like this model as of now, the agricultural productivity gaps go up. All right, so this is our model here. We have virginous households that are subject to reduced impact shocks. So we have a time evolving vector of 2 productivities. This is value productivities, one for agriculture and one for labor. So we bring in this as rural and urban productivity. These households, they will be deciding about consumption, wealth accumulation, so the mix here are important in this sense. Occupation between rural, urban, and agricultural production in rural. Okay, so occupational choice. If they are in urban sector, they derive income from working for the representative firm, standards, constantly consistent top-level technology, including both labor and capital. And in the rural sector, we allow for 2 sectors, 2 occupations there effectively. Staple pure staple producer and a cash crop producer. Because in many countries the cash crops are the key source of export revenue, for instance. All 3 groups, so the cash crops, staples, manufacturing will be consumed, And on top of this, we also have a simple external demand for the cash flows. So there is a little bit of an open autonomy element here. We create the room for the policy to do something good by trying to think about the food security a bit more carefully. So first thing we do is this is standard, I guess, by now. We introduce the subsistence food constraint in the utility function. So we have the strong theory preferences. This would imply non-commodities if it were as income decreases of a household, the relative share spent of income spent on food is higher. So that's we know this in our already models. What is new here is now that this transaction cost that 1 unit of staples purchased on the market will cost 1 plus QS. The QS is our transaction cost. This is a parameter now for us, not micro-founded. Maybe we can do this in the future, but this drives a gap between the consumer and producer prices. And this introduces a motive, of course, to become a staple farmer, right? Because then you can produce food cheaply for yourself, right? You can avoid paying the transaction cost. Okay, so this feature breaks the duality between profit maximization and cost minimization, right? Farmers will not be generally interested in profit maximization. They care about the, food security, right? So that's what's going to happen now. So we have financial frictions. That's like a kind of core element of this type of models. So incomplete asset market and a working capital constraint for farmers. And then government that runs the program. In the baseline, we consider labor taxation of urban workers to finance the subsidies. We also consider kind of reasonably free lunch scenario for aid financing. And then, of course, everything is linked by equilibrium effects because prices of staples, cash crops, manufacturing, labor will be endogenous, and we fix interest rate exogenously because it's already some markets to clear so far. So that one is kind of simpler. All right, so just quickly, maybe how the recursive problem looks like. This is the value function of a worker with productivity vector set. Right, they have this current productivity is theta rural, theta urban. They have current asset position. We don't allow for borrowing, and this is not contingent, right? So that's an efficiency here. That's typical. And E is the last year's occupation. So they maximize this quantity. And there's what they choose. This is the CS aggregator of consumption. There's a subsistence constraint for food. This is capital consumption. This is manufacturing good consumption. And this is their budget constraint. Expenditures, income, savings, income from savings. Here, this is their expenditures. They buy free goods. And if they don't produce enough or at all, then they need to pay QS, extra transaction cost on their transaction, on their consumption of food. And here there's the income. They choose either to work in manufacturing as laborers, cash crop farmers, or staple farmers. And the occupational choice is frictional as well. We assume that there's a cost of moving from rural to urban. This is a one-off cost. We think of it as a migration cost. Right? If you change from staple or cash crop to manufacturing, you have to pay the one-off fixed cost FM denominated in wage terms. And if you want to operate a cash crop farm, then you need to pay maintenance cost. So this is per period fixed cost. Okay. So that's another distortion. So we think of stable production as a baseline activity of this economy. Okay, so that's how the problem looks like. Zooming in on farmers, they have a pretty simple production technology. Everything happens within a period, so that's a simplification here. We will normalize the price of food to 1. That's going to be our numerator. And this is the idiopsychotic productivity. Once they know it, they can choose the amount of inputs. This is we're taking this as seeds and fertilizer. No labor choice. No about land system. Next. This is the cost of inputs, potentially subsidized, being a subsidy rate simple for now, trying to approximate roughly the farming subsidy program. And this is exogenous price PX. Cash crop producers, they have a little bit better technology because they can mix between producing staples and cash crops. So everyone has 1 unit of land here in this model. Otherwise, we have no land markets. So they are deciding to how much of this 1 unit of land to allocate to cash crops, how much to staples. So this gives them some returns to scale, right? And they have to get inputs, and only inputs for the staples are subsidized. This is the picture of the programs in the region, that the inputs that are subsidized are for staple production. Okay, so that's a collateral constraint, which is also important financial friction. They finance this, they need to pay for these inputs using capital times the current amount of wealth. So the capital for us will be smaller than 1. I would say more about this later. So they may not be able to achieve the optimal scale of production in general. Yes.
Isn't that a national producer also as a producer? Why do you need a separate step?
So we're thinking about the frictions to enter into cash flow. So we need to pay the maintenance cost every period. This is every period the fixed cost. So it's like, I don't know, if you cultivate tobacco, you need to build a curing barn, hire extra labor. So maybe these cash flows are a little bit more capital intensive. So will be a little bit of selection of farmers here. You will be generally more capital farmers will be more productive than the state farmers.
Somehow that might be already having.
Yes.
I mean, like switching, one thing is to have the 6 months, right? But the trade-off of switching out of crops, you really have it within the cash crop producer. Because it's choosing how much land will take that.
Okay.
One becomes about $2 now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how much it adds.
So we have there is a model to make scale because it gives you some extra returns to scale, right? Because of the technology we assume. There's the same productivity for all. So that this is not what drives this. It's more about returns to scale here. We're going to try to match the data in terms of the land mix. But if you think about like dynamic concern, like how they may be changing the allocation because of whatever issues, right? That's not here because it's within period. So it's a simplification. But that's what they have. Yes.
So I don't know about the details of the policy that comes, but one other margin for benefit that I was thinking about is not only the choice between staples and cash crops, but also within staples, like to do high-yielding variety seed versus conditional seeds. And suppose the subsidy was only for modern technology,
Yes,
there would be a productivity effect coming from subsidy.
Yeah, we don't have this, but I think besides the government has been distributing the modern type of seeds. So they are trying to also to introduce a modern technology in this sector for the subsidy program. This is not an external here.
But that would provide another positive.
I know, but that's not here yet. This would be important, maybe. Yes.
You mentioned before that cash crop producers can support. How do you think out these PB the price? Is it pinned down in international markets or is it pinned down?
Yeah, I'll tell you in the calculation. Okay. Okay, then come back. please. All right, so this is how the model works. First, on the left, what we see here is different types of farmers. They're choosing different, they may choose, this is in principle feasible or not, but different choices of aggregate consumption each seed here, okay? And we got this consumption bundle against the shadow price of staples. So if you look, for instance, at the urban workers, the shadow price of staples is always 1 plus QS, because they just need to go to the shop, pay the transaction cost. If you look at the farmers, this is a little bit more interesting here, right? Because, for instance, staple farmer, this guy here, the blue one, he, up until here, up until C1, he is able to satisfy his staple consumption with common production. So his shadow price is 1, the food is numeric, of course. And then here, he starts to distort his production decisions. He is breaking profit maximization in this region so that he can still maintain self-sufficiency. And at some point, this is not possible anymore. He has to go to the shop because it will be extra, which is this higher price, so shadow price. So this patterns differ depending on your type of the farm. And here we see what the subsidy does. We have here subsistence level, and here this is the staple farm, the blue guys here. Until C1, they are consuming without subsidy at this level. The subsidy allows them to increase the production because the inputs get subsidized, right? Here they are restoring the production, and here again they can't produce anymore because of the collateral. This is the one marginal food security of the program. And the program allows them to get this farm in the production level. So this is kind of maybe partial equilibrium food security margin here, and there will be a general equilibrium food security consideration here as well, because by stimulating more production at the household level, this generate more food in the market and affect the market prices and food cheaper. So this will be displayed.
I remember my question, so I think why we made this, so my question is on the impression of it's very important. You have a certain good reference, very rich, so maybe what we
No, in the model, you can't violate this. Right?
No, I would know
I'm not saying this. In the model, there is no. In the model, we cannot break the subsistence level.
because this would be a different issue when calibrate that just level.
Yeah, so we should we should have at the level that is the highest level possible to sustain for the poorest farm. So that's our choice there. That's some people do similar stuff, but to solve the model, you can't go below this. That goes the
Second, so in the second, we may have the farmers. We're trying to decide between the what.
Okay. Right. So calibration quickly maybe. So we have what is it? I think here 15 external parameters. So maybe quite many. So as I said, maybe from important transaction costs are 2. So kind of mimicking this graph that I showed you in the intro. Thus, I want to talk about the exports, right? Export demand elasticity. So what we have is we have a sample used for regression. Quantity of we relate the quantity of tobacco exports from Malawi to the Malawi price of tobacco. So that's a regression that we run. And then from that regression, we are getting this elasticity. So the regression is in log form. So that's the parameter we estimate from the regression. So that's what we inject here. And then in the model, so that's external stuff. This is internal. This is simulated of moments. We are also matching for exports. Share of 2010 exported cash crops in the total cash crops production. 73% is exported. That's that matching the model. This gives us the intercept of the demand function, and this will be together with the internal demand for cash crops, the internal and external demand, they will be pinning down the market clearing price for cash flows. So that would be the approach here. Okay, subsidy rate is large, 81%. We match the cost of the program 3% of GDP. Entry costs from rural to urban are very large. This is very large for entry cost. Our strategy is to match the very low 1% migration rate in data. So that's a financial friction. That's our assumption here. I'm happy to discuss this. Maybe you see a better way to go about this. And working capital constraint capital efficiency is very low, 0.1. So we're thinking of assets as being relatively illiquid. Okay, liquidity of these assets for investment purposes is low. Within period, financial markets are not really efficient here. And we're matching so we're migrating Milan 2010 with program in place already. And we're matching the agricultural productivity gap from that and Karol's paper 6.5, my reading on the paper was right. So that's one of the larger APGs in the region. So this is value added in manufacturing divided by number of workers. So which one so we have a low labor augmenting EFP factor in production and function. So manufacturing is very productive sector, and we will have very few people living in urban areas. 20% in the model, right? 80% in the data. So there are yeah. Well, it's exogenous in the urban sector because we don't have labor supply there. So that's the one unique labor, but in the rural sector, they choose inputs as well. That will be driving the demand. But other than that, even the allocation between sectors, that's the only thing that happens.
But that manufacturing sector doesn't give you because if the manufacturing sector is productive, then price will be low, and that doesn't give you the technical productivity gap has to come from the conversion cost.
Yes. Conversion cost is critical. Yes. Okay, so some non-targeted moments. So we take a lot of Raul's and Bernard's paper is very important to us, and we take some inequality measures from there, and we match them relatively well. Urban, rural, mean wealth, mean income, mean consumption ratios. This is our model. This is their data. This is data we're using from their model, from their paper. So some stuff with this not targeted. This is making sense as well here. So let me show you some results. So now this is what we calculated. The funding subsidy program allocation with tax, labor tax of 19% to clear the program budget. This is calculated. Now we switch of the funding subsidy program. So this is how we identify the effects of the program. Switching it up in 2010 and going backwards, let's say, if nothing else has changed in Malawi. This is it. Malawi got with it. So what happens? All prices, all goods become relatively more expensive compared to the food, right? Food becomes plentiful because of the intervention. Other goods become relatively more expensive. Labor, manufacturing, cash flows. Urbanization rate dropped by 15%. Important fact is that the wages increased, and that part of the story here. Okay. Of course, stable production, stable productivity respond. That's what directly affected by the program. Cash flow sector, very little response here. APG goes up by 75% from 3.8 to 6.5 around. That's the indication of consolidation here. And in terms of welfare, we see that the program, so we look at average consumption equivalent welfare. Here they are, the average worker is 3% is the reform. And they're willing to pay 3% of consumption on average for the rest of the life, will not have the reform in place. Right? And this is if we fix distribution, this is even larger. This is even larger what we fix distribution. So what this means here, this gap, is that considering wealth dynamics is important here, right? Because this program it increases savings, it improves mobility of what agents do, at least along the asset distribution. So if we fix the distribution at the initial level and we don't consider changes in the stationary distribution, then these losses are even larger because we fix them at where they were before, but now they are charged more for all the other goods. So that's what's the just over. That's transition would be a little bit different. Okay, so that's the consumption equivalent welfare loss, but share of under knowledge is declining, right? So food security is improved. Inequalities shoot up. Okay, that's the. I will show this. Okay, we also do this brain aid, other corner case where everything is for free, seems like a free lunch scenario. Numbers are mostly similar. But I only want to show that if you look at consumption equivalent welfare, almost 5% welfare gain, but if you fix distribution, even under this free lunch scenario, you get welfare losses for the same reason, right? Because prices go up and you're fixing people at their old positions of occupations and assets. So dynamics are important. Okay, that's the model. And last point is we control general equilibrium effects by freezing the prices. Everything else is adjusting. Urbanization where the rate will collapse much more if there's no market. Stable productivity goes up over the roof. This is a large intervention. These are very sensitive margins here. So we're like the point is I guess to just comparing these how important is consideration of general equilibrium effects. Right? And even in food security sense, right? You have partial equilibrium here without food becoming cheaper because this is partial equilibrium. People drops by 10%, which is less than the GD effect of almost 30%. So the market price channel for food security is also important, right? This is the distribution of welfare gains. We have here current farmers, here current workers with different vector of productivities. So something what I said already at the beginning, what you see here for current farmers, this is the region where they gain potentially from the reform in the long run, comparing to certain states. Very few farmers gain from this policy, right? Only the third poor ones with assets below.
That makes sense. Like, what is the and only like workshop and
Okay, I mean, we
then it's the outcome of
yeah, I mean, we
the
need to do this. You would. Okay.
I would like to think to decide how is the outcome compares
Okay. So in terms of mean ratios, they increase, right? So urban sector is more. Also show you more slides. I think the solution should be, so that will be outcomes. So, okay, you don't like whatever, we can skip it. Okay, we will probably move to transition as well at some point. But nonetheless, in the long run, who gains is the workers, the urban sector. Okay, and we will see now why. Okay, so this is now this kind of optimal subsidy exercise. We are varying the size of the subsidy from 0 to the calibrated level of 81% here. So no intervention, big intervention. Productivity increases monotonically, misallocation within agriculture increases, and APG slowly here, increases slowly here, and then shoots up for the larger intervention. Here, what we see is urbanization rate. It is handshake. So there's the same, you will see the same handshake for welfare and for aggregate consumption. So there is a sweet spot here where the program does something good. There's efficiency gains that are possible to elicit with a smaller farming consumption.
Right now, one thing that I think it's relevant here. In some sense, changing the subsidy rate is one dimension, but I think this other dimension is particularly relevant. So it's interesting because in 2018 or 19 that changed. They randomized. So that's a very different scenario. Now, what is happening, from what I know, what is happening from last year still, is that the coupons are random, really the coupons back. And is established in the US from the markets. Yeah. So then, no, he actually gives it to the cheap. And the cheaper is used again. And gives it to the poor. So the norm or the need to distribute is so powerful. I actually likes the norm. He does. Still obey the norms of actually progressive. Yeah.
Right. So we don't have it, but that could be one important extension. Yes, for what we do.
I think it's relevant for all this for the sum, right? Because if you're changing a subsidy rate,
Yes.
assuming that its allocation is efficient,
Yes.
and also the jump that you have, the jump in the gains of the average consumption.
Okay.
Right? It's unclear that would usually see the data.
Okay. Yeah. That's so. I think there's like also work of Pascal in the.
This is
They
also
must. Okay. You're on the ground. So what's the intuition here is that up until the subsidy rate of 40%, you can stimulate urbanization because we make food cheaper, so there's a little bit less of a relatively cheaper to other goods, so there's a little bit less of a motive to remain in the countryside. And wage hasn't increased so much yet, so the entry barriers have not become excessively large. But until some point of the progress, you can stimulate migrations, structural change, and then you are just over subsidizing, right? Because there is a underproduction of food from the urban sector perspective. They are paying more than the producer receives. So this implies underproduction from the urban sector perspective. So you want to do something kind of bring it a little bit kind of in the middle, yeah, kind of in between. All right, so as I said, share of undernourished household nicely declines. So let's put security this works. Okay. So I have what? 10 minutes, 5? Okay. So we did few more things. So transition dynamics not yet, so that's probably nice to do. But we, of course, we have many frictions here. We try to a little bit understand what's important for these results. So what we do is we switch individual parameters and we look at our calibration, how it deviates from our calibration targets. And what we're finding is that indeed transaction cost and the migration cost, they both together, they are important in driving the model dynamics. They are the two most important frictions here. And collateral constraint is also not negligible, that also affects the equilibrium. So there's a financial reason to intervene us or to relax the borrowing constraint for farmers.
How do you allow for some borrowing, the optimal stuff to be very higher or lower?
Across periods or within a period? With production within a period, right? So, I guess then the financial constraint reason for the production plans. The lower, the less financially constrained they are, the lower is this financial constraint model to intervene.
We don't have to cut that.
I guess so. Yes. Okay, so then what we do is we have another counterfactual where we switch off the subsidies, we set it back to 0. It saved us 3% of GDP in terms of resources, and we're thinking about moving these to broadly defined infrastructure investment. Okay, so what we're thinking about is counterfactual where we reduce the friction of transaction costs, QS, we reduce it by 65%. So the savings on transaction costs equal to 3% of GDP. So the amount people save on transaction costs is the same as the size of the intervention, right? And we are reducing the QS like this. So we are thinking about building roads, railways, introducing, I don't know, stimulating somehow some industrial policies, competition in the intermediate sector and so on. The other thing is with spillovers, so we have QS reduction and migration cost reduction. This is even better, right? So this kind of factual showed us that like if you're able to do something that is benefiting the population more uniformly than just targeting directly rural staple producers, but also kind of the benefits at the same time, rural benefits at the same time, urban and rural sector, then you can achieve much better outcomes. Okay, so that's a little bit of argument we're trying to push. And then let me maybe show you some empirical stuff we've done. So here, this is not. Why? So that's what we do is we go to the Food and Agriculture Organization data cross-country panel, and we take the data for Sub-Saharan African countries, and we group them into treatment and control groups in a very loose way by thinking of a country as being treated if they have introduced an equal subsidy program, okay, in 2000s. And this as introduction of the policies was the timing of it was heterogeneous. So we are using this Karol estimator that accounts for this, and we're looking at we're comparing these 10 treated countries against the rest of the region, Sub-Saharan African region, and number of outcomes. Okay, so what happens around the year of introducing the program, we see that fertilizer use with some delay increases, right? In the long run, it's around, I guess, 7-8 kilos per hectare. That's the input margin. There's some response behind. Then, if you look at agricultural yields, we construct baskets of staples and cash crops for each country. These baskets may be different. We weight each crop by the quantity produced. So that's a country-specific basket. Yields of staples increase by 20%. Yields of cash crops not affected much. Maybe a slight indication of lowering yields of cash crop. Important result is that the relative price of cash crops to staples increases, which is in line with our model prediction as well. So here around 20% increase in the relative price of cash crops. And if you look at the land allocation, share of land devoted to comparison.
Yeah.
I have a table, so what I will show you next. Share of staple land doesn't change much apparently. Share of undernourished population has decreased. The time series is shorter there, so that's why. But there's also some effect here. The share of rural population, well, that's not very significant, maybe, but that's some indication that the wrong might be driven a little bit in the way we are. Yeah, that's the idea that this would maybe compare better to the model, because for now what we do is we compare these average effects in the model with two subsidy rates against this different div, and we consider this Malawi case, large program, and the smaller optimal program. What this is also that, as I said, Malawi has been the largest program, one of the largest programs in the region, so maybe it makes sense to think about, other countries that we have in the data. What is happening there is maybe Malawi is not like the average country there in the trigger group. So input use, that's how the model data align. Yields of staples, pretty nicely maybe here. Cash crop yield, this is insignificant in the model, it's in the data at 0. We have some positive effects.
You look at an average of the demand?
Yes, that's the average.
Not the last point.
No, that's the average. That's the average.
The intensity of the farm is also different. Right?
Yes. Okay.
It's very, right? Maybe that helps you to get.
I think the estimator of heterogeneous timing and heterogeneous intensity is under development.
No, but you could you could do the just pattern. Like do the DFID only for the countries that have subsidy burn at small scale.
Okay.
That's what you're doing.
Okay, maybe yes. Okay, let's maybe still if the data works well, then we can try this. Relative price is also balanced relatively well. Stable decision of land allocation doesn't react much to the data in the model, so that's a G effect of work, right? The partial equilibrium tells them to allocate more of land to staples because it's cheaper to put the staples, everything else constant. But the G effect, the price effects, they offset this a little bit, and what we end up is more or less having 0. Share of undernourished, and there's a handshake right in the rural population effect in the model, so that's I guess in between. All right. We also do some of the model. So what we do is now we take the 2010 data, household level now, and we do the same in the model. We take the cross-sectional stationary distribution from the model, and we relate how share of land of the household allocated to maize correlates with input use, value of the harvest, and share of the harvest self-consumed. This is model, this is data. All the variables are relative to the mean, so the comparison is meaningful here. Interpretation, but the magnitude is comparable between the two. And you see that we are capturing these effects. At least the signs are correct, magnitude more or less, but this is not targeted. Okay, so that's a little bit of a micro validation and model against the data. Okay, so that's I guess what be on time. What I wanted to show. What we do is we argue that if we think about evaluating agricultural development policies, it's important to account for transaction costs in the food sector because this might be a critical margin to look at. We develop this argument in a quantitative framework applied to application to Malawi. Current results of our transition welfare losses, longer distribution towards urban, so against native intention, but every welfare as this requires transition dynamics. And yeah, some indication that infrastructural approach would be a little bit less distortionary, maybe generate better outcomes than the farm subsidy approach. All right, so thanks a lot, and this is definitely still a work in progress. So all comments I'll be considering them seriously, and happy to talk more if possible during the next steps. Thanks a lot. Half an hour break.
I don't think I need a microphone. Hi everyone, my name is Caroline. I am the admin support conference, so I feel like to come and people outside. So I just want to know you should have all received those black folders this morning. Inside them, you have those white notes. Please don't throw them away because inside you have your meal vouchers. So these are videos like this. And so when you break for lunch, you can use these vouchers and then get your lunch. You can use them at the dining hall. So there's also a campus map in the folder. So you can use them at the dining hall labeled D2 on the map. So it's right outside the building on the right. That's going to be your go-to place where you can grab some food. They have lots of options. You can also redeem the vouchers in C2. So we have the marketplace and we have the library cafe upstairs. So later, maybe tomorrow or the next couple of days, you want to explore the campus, you can go over there. It's that main building where all the palm trees are. So inside there, level 2 is the marketplace, level 3 is the. All right. If you forget any of this and you need a reminder, just come find me. I'll let you know. Okay. Thank you. Oh, there's some snacks outside and some coffee for the next group. Thank you.
You are putting the slide.
How are you doing, Sampreet?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm good.
Have you met before?
No, Aditi mentioned you about you. Aditi saying.
Yes, yes. How do you guys know?
We were batchmates at the school.
Ah, okay. Right, but a small world.
Yeah.
Where are you from? India?
India.
Where?
Uttar Pradesh. So currently, I
Did he be in Uttar Pradesh?
yeah. So Aditi is from Hyderabad.
Okay.
Nepal.
Prayagraj?
Yeah.
What? Allahabad. I'm just figuring out. And so, how are you connected to STEG? Or you are in Abu Dhabi?
I am currently at a European University Institute.
EUI.
You
Who are you? Your PhD?
yeah, I'm doing my PhD over there. This is
And
my
that's
last year.
great. Who is your advisor?
Alexander Cooper and Alexander Monge.
Alexander?
Alexander Monge.
I don't know him, but I know Russell.
Yeah.
You know Alessandro Tarozzi?
Yeah, Alexander.
Yeah, he was my mentor at UPS.
Okay.
Yeah. Say hi if you meet him. I don't know if you talk to him or not.
No, I'll definitely meet him soon, but yeah.
Currently, I'm visiting out here.
This is yours.
Yeah.
This is-
Can you open once just to see? Yeah, right. And just let me open.
So what you're saying is you're, whatever you think you're doing, you're always subsidized for the least productive.
Yeah, it's fine.
Just want to see.
Yeah, we can close them. You wanna leave them open or?
Either works right now. So. This one is already done. So I can close that. This next.
So what year are you in? What do you want?
So let me just come. Today is a bit hectic for me. First day of the conference. So in my 5th year, and so I'll submit this year and will be in the job market this year. So in my this December, yeah. So mostly I work on there are 2 of them, so I don't know which one is
Put both of them.
You know, there are good events, right? So
I think you can use this and put both. Yeah, this. I work on workers' expectation when they go to labor.
But now it's 2000. See a little bit of second amendment, right? For them, what they still is very cheap. It's the sense of a distribution.
Really cheap those who's getting it.
It's not get, yeah. Everybody knows who's getting it. It's random, you can hide it. And it turns out to be also inefficient in the sense that you also need typically like two applications, right? The fertilizer, and sometimes the distribution will happen, the packets half, and then you get a half. We actually should be, but it's messy. That's what I think I would think it's relevant, and it would drive differences between productivity and welfare. That's another part of the
You could, you know, I'm not very good at this here. You could mention two separate people, one that focuses on targeting and efficiency equity trade-offs, and another one that focuses on the structural transformation side. They're not mutually exclusive, but those speak to kind of different literature, so you can think that.
I think that's up there. It's a good point.
Right, by the time it's section 8.2, it gets lost, but really focus on it.
I think in itself it's something important as well.
Which could also go into question, right, what you care about then also kind of business makers, what the productivity in agriculture is, well, the productivity in non-farm, migrate with the selection. If you're giving it to the least productive farmers, so you get the kind of the joint distribution of skills in agriculture, non-agriculture. Right, that could be a whole. If you're keeping exactly those people in agriculture, where you can take advantage of world food prices in the city for the productive farmers. So, well, yeah, but they're also if the people that you're targeting. Yeah.
They're gonna be product in agriculture.
Right.
They should have.
And then that's what kind of got to squad to distribution for things.
I would agree with that. I think that's a nice way to work.
Yeah.
And we working for our leadership and the wage that market prices to respond, right? The way that it grows, the better the food is cheaper than more expensive, and the costs increase. In that sense, you know, there will be immediately cost of migration of parents.
These are aesthetics, right? There's no beautiful way to, so you do it in wages, or you do it in time, or you do it.
Right, somebody happy something, how do you change it? Right.
And you're not gonna, but I don't think that's a problem.
Right.
Ready, let's, you know, somebody's gonna, the referees, somebody's gonna say this is terrible, why are you doing that?
We speak to one time today, so.
No, I guess the energy class is so. And I think that's what we're thinking about. Yeah, it's something that would be like that. That's one just what people. Some, yeah, that would make it feel weird. But we didn't see this before. You can find it. I'll tell you very good. They have a density, and you see like the two pounds are basically something. But I agree with that. It's not really very different. It's along the right. People should be in the same just in like machine. The selection. Right, because typically you have the guys that have the parents have to be very process on state and the other way around, but you have policies like this, right? So then you start subsidizing the guy, eventually we'll be doing that and see if you do I think that's a interesting sense.
Certainly, I would maybe switch up well. And then we will maybe more starting.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So the one that I wonder if you could need to cross. Yeah, it's you know, I would try to. I would be happy to let you know. I would be happy to let you know. There is another dimension to that. Is that I don't know. So one is the insurance, right? Because in principle, if you're planning to expect that, but that is a right? So you think that I was something like that, you give it a license, but you don't apply it. That's kind of how it's some actually know how to do it, some don't know how to do it, and it's a mess, you never learn. It's not that you get it for class every year, it's 10% of the village. So maybe you get to learn once every 10 years. You know what I mean? So it's not that there is a learning. So there is risk associated with that. This is a nice component that I think is the resolutions of this kind of thing. But it could be you have to be trying to improve. Maybe not, but just for example, just having a production function where the recognizing this. Just to happen. Just to happen. Mechanically, just to see. Just to happen. Then one can think of industry. Yeah. A lot of people start. I think these are all very good. There's something there, but because I find this fascinating. So, one of my previous project manager is actually cheap. He's going to see. Yeah,
Yeah, the now is not the audience, but it's the. Hello, hello. Hello. Correct. Install the share for some time and then.
Oh, okay. I, I think I'm already sharing it,
So
right?
this is
This
your,
is my slides, yeah.
yeah, so that works, right? Let's check if this works.
Okay, cool. And which one is the mic?
This one is.
Okay, it's
Just switch it on.
is this which one?
This try.
Hello, hello. Works this.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's works. Okay.
I don't think that. Oh, I see, you can see what's behind that. Yeah, this is the one. But it's not gonna see, that ratio would be. Or either the vendor can create a press on it for the. Not that. Give me like a link the motion or something. Hello? Myself, I need a motion. Go ahead. Oh, yeah. Not yet.
It's for the day or for the? That project is, I'm excited about. And
We not thinking about that, taking about subsidies on agriculture. Within that, I don't know how.
yeah, that could be, we're coming out. That could be sort of, I know in the Maui data set, I wouldn't that for it. If you look at how the coupon subsidies are used. Density. That's the, yeah, the nice problem. The way we turn the residents. Which is what I do as get. That's those to them or to the plan. There's some networks. I think that's a legal extension. And one minute. A blue people. It's based on something from them. You also require a lot of the the reason for using the just what I giving to get so that it seeds. That's a see what I think right. So, did you come before? Did you be before? Oh, no. Yeah. You were with Facundo. Yeah. Yes. All right. Right. When did you get there? Oh, all right. Okay. Am I getting it? Are you liking it? Yeah. Hey, there. Good to see you. I'm so happy that yeah, sorry. Thank you so much. It's good that you alerted me. So you were on this side already? So you are on
Yeah, it's nice.
okay.
I work in Stockholm. After this,
You go to Singapore?
yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to spend some time in period of that.
I know this. What's going on?
Hey,
Yes.
It's fantastic. It's like a
Take time, right.
I think you are visiting. Since September.
Yeah.
So. No. Young, ya. Usted no te tiene vaso, no tiene vaso.
I don't know what
Okay, thanks very much. Hello everyone. Chen. I'm now with Einaudi Institute for Economics and Finance. Thanks very much for putting this paper into the program. I'm very happy to talk about it. So this is paper titled Economic Growth and the Rise of Large Firms. So essentially this is a paper about firm size distribution, and I think a lot of papers in this program are about firm size distributions. So I don't need to remind you that how important the firm size distribution and object for the macroeconomy. And meanwhile, there are many evidence suggesting heterogeneities about firm size distributions. That's particularly I want to alert you with some evidence on heterogeneity in the right of firm size distributions. More importantly, these heterogeneities would be various across countries and across time. On the one hand, we see that richer countries tend to have more large firms in many measures. On the other hand, we also see that in the United States that they have seen, like the United States has seen more large firms for at least for the past several decades, and there's lots of debates on what's behind the rise in market concentration. However, combining those pieces of evidence, it's natural to think about that the right of the firm's distribution could vary with the level of economic development. But this is not a trivial thing to think about, because if we look at growth models with heterogeneous firms, usually we focus on exact balanced growth paths with stationary firm distribution. So we need some theoretical tool to think about the transition, like the varying firm distributions along the transition in a growing economy. So I think this is precisely this paper is about. So I think I have done three things in this paper. First, I document a positive relationship between the relative thickness of the level, the relative thickness of firm distribution and the level of economic development. And I show that this positive correlation occurs both within countries over time and across countries. And then I rationalize this relationship in a simple ideal diffusion model with endogenous firm distribution and endogenous growth. So in the model, the transition growth is an asymptotically balanced growth path, and I show that along the transition, the right tail of firm distributions have become zero over time. And the model also features two well-known empirical regularities about firms. The one observation is the well-known G-Gross law, which says that the average firm growth is independent of their size. And in the model, G-Gross law holds true at each point of the time along the trend. And the second observation is the Zipf's law, which said that advanced economies have different firm size distributions. Namely, the probability of having firm size greater than x is proportional to x to the power of minus k, in which k is approximately 1. So in the model, I show there's convergence to Leibniz distribution. Namely, the Leibniz productivity distribution is Leibniz distribution, which is a Pareto distribution with shape prime to pi. Okay, so more importantly, I think I want to highlight just three more novel things coming out of this model. So first, I think it provides a series of Zipf's law based on economic growth. Again, Zipf's law said that advanced economies have balanced distributions very close to Zipf's distribution, which is Pareto distribution with shape prime 1. So the way the model thinks about that is to think about a learning progress which drives the long-run growth. Which is to think about a learning progress which drives the economic growth while pushing the firm's distribution towards a Zipf distribution. So the reason that advanced economy have a firm's distribution closer to Zipf distribution because they have developed for a longer time and they are closer to the limit. And second, I provide a theory that rationalizes the rise in market concentration as a secular trend. So particularly, I construct an economy with nearly constant GDP per capita growth, while still have steadily rising market concentration. So I think the best pieces of empirical evidence to complement this theory come from this recent paper, 100 years of rising corporate concentration. So the authors there, they use historical data to investigate the rise in market concentration in the United States for at least 100 years. So if we think that for the bulk part of the time that the US economy can be characterized by a balanced growth path, then we need to think about models to how to embed a varying firm distribution along a balanced growth path. And that is how this model is about. And third, with this model, there are some new policy implications. So this model, as you will see later, this model is a learning model. So firms are going to learn from different firms. And I show that this learning has some externalities, and larger firms has larger externalities. So in equilibrium, larger firms underinvest in idea search in equilibrium, and policies favoring large firms better capture the diffusion externality and improve social level. Okay, so I think now let me talk a little bit about the literatures. I think there are 4 strands of literature that I try to position this paper into. The first strand of literature is about firm distribution and the level of economic development. I think this dates back at least to Lucas, the seminal work of Lucas, 1978. And of course, there's more recent paper on this relationship between firm size, firm distribution, and economic development. But most of the papers are about the average firm size, or sometimes the standard deviation of the firm size. And now I've offered some new empirical evidence on the right tail of firm size. Theoretically, there's more differences between this literature and what I'm going to talk about, because in this type of papers focus mostly on cross-country differences. They want to highlight that how cross-country differences are going to shape the differences in firm distribution. For me, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to say that on top of the cross-country differences, there's some innate relationship between economic development and the right of sickness. And I'm going to rationalize this in a model that somehow manifests this relationship as a feature of the transition. And second, this relates to a very recent and popular literature on the rise in market concentration, particularly in the US and other advanced economies. And I contribute this literature by studying the right of sickness. And also, I'm trying to offer as a series of secular trends as opposed to theories of top, because most of the papers in the literature will try to consider changes in firm size distribution as a steady state to steady state transition, whereas I'm going to rationalize this as some feature of the transition itself. And third, this paper obviously belongs to a very nascent but fast-growing literature on growth models based on idea growth. There's some many papers I've cited here, but I think there's two key differences between my models and pretty much all those models cited here, is that all those models, like the existing models, tend to focus on the exact balance growth path with a stationary firm size distribution. So all the growth comes from scaling the same firm size distribution. Whereas I'm going to focus on the transition, and I show you that the transition itself is an asymptotically balanced growth path, and all the growth comes from the varying firm size distribution. From varying firm size distribution, or more precisely, the thickening of the right tail. And second key differences is the G-Gross law. So in these models, G-Gross law doesn't hold, and in my models, G-Gross law indeed does hold. And I'm going to show you that G-Gross law cannot hold in these models with an exact balanced growth path, because I proved, I proved in the paper that in a very wide class of ideal diffusion models, which has my model and these models, G-Gross law holds if and only if the right tail becomes thicker over time. So, but for the interest of time, this technical result will be out of the scope of today's discussion. But I'm happy to talk about it after the talk at whatever time you like. And lastly, this paper contributes to the literature on disease law. And we know that there are two classical references on these laws by Gabek's 1999 and Lautman 2007. So I think the biggest difference between my paper and these two papers is that they are more like a paper on Pareto laws, and I built my model is simply standing on the shoulders of theirs, and we further develop that into a series of these laws. So what they are doing is that they propose some productivity process that will generate a Pareto tail in stationary equilibrium, and they under careful calibration, and they show that the resulting Pareto exponent will be reasonably close to 1. What I'm going to say is that, okay, taking any Pareto distributions, I'm going to show you that there are economic forces that pushes the Pareto exponent converge into 1. So I'm going to show you that it has to be 1, not some other number vectors. So 1 doesn't show up by luck. So, okay, are there any questions before we go into the details of the thing?
Recognition that I don't know about, is the reason why structural changes allow? Maybe the right arrow looking sector doesn't teach math, but it may be wrong or
No. I think that's a great point. I think so. This is a theory that works on. I think there's a theory that doesn't really require a lot about the structural, like the structural assumptions on sectors. So it can work on sectors. And actually, I have also I'm going to show you very in 1 or 2 slides that the positive correlation would also hold at sectoral level, like within manufacturing or service. So, but the theory doesn't require that you need to be so the theory works for individual economy or individual industries. It doesn't really apply to. Thanks. Okay, so first I'm going to talk about the style effect on the relationship between the right tail thickness and the level of economic development. So I want to measure. I want to have obtain the relationship between the right tail thickness and level of economic development. It's quite easy or standard to measure the level of economic development by log GDP per capita, but the measure thickness of right tail would be more debatable. So I'm going to tell you my measure of the thickness of right tail, and I'm going to tell why I make such construction. So first of all, I some notations first. I use TL to denote the firm size threshold for large firms. So any firms are with size greater than TL are considered large firms, and TS for small firms. The right tail thickness I defined here is simply the normalized log relative number of large firms in year T. More specifically, this tilde RFT is equal to log the number of firms with size greater than TL divided by the log, sorry, over the number of firms with size greater than TS divided by log the relative TL over TS, relative TL to TS. Okay, so one way to think about that is that when the underlying firm distribution is exactly Pareto, it reduces into minus K, in which K is the Pareto shape parameter. So instead, other than using the number of firms, you can also use the employment of firms. But if you use the employed firms, then with a exactly Pareto firm distribution, that measure will be reduced into 1 minus K. So for today's talk, I'm going to focus on the number-based thickness measure, but in the paper, I've shown that all the results can be extended with employee-based measure. Okay, so I think the construction is made intentionally simple in order to deal with two data challenges when making cross-country comparisons. But first, it's well known that there's lots of missing data on small firms or low-quality data on small firms, and this is particularly terrible for developing countries. And this will be less of a concern here, precisely because I focus on the right tail, and the use of TS is going to exclude small firms from there. And second, it requires usually the micro data on the universe of firms are confidential, and so it will become incredibly hard if I want to collect all the macro data for the universe firm to make the most precise estimate of the tail thickness. So, but on the other hand, the aggregate data on firms by employment size things are much more widely available. And with this constructions, the aggregate data on firms by employment size things are sufficient for calculation. And with these two thresholds, it also allows some adjustments for slight cross-country differences in firm size things. Okay. So here, so I'm using primarily the data. This is results on the relationship between the right tail thickness and level of economic development. The primary data I'm using is the OECD structural business statistics. It's a panel at country year level, and it covers years period from 2008 to 2017 with 33 OECD countries and 5 size groups. I choose the small firm structural to be 10 and large firm structural to be 250. And the reason is that as choice, I'm trying to target the top 10% firms in the entire economy, and the employment size of 10 employees has already get me into the top 10% in most of the OECD countries. And then I'm going to regress the right tail thickness on log GDP per capita, controlling for country fixed effect. And the results are visualized on this figure on the right. Okay, so the red fitted line has a slope that is equal to the estimated beta. And it's obvious from the figure that is a positive, it's an upward sloping curve. And on the other hand, all those gray dots on the figures corresponds to the right tail thickness after filtering out the cross-country fixed effect. Okay, so that is to say that on top of cross-country differences, there is still a strong positive correlation between the level of economic development and the right tail thickness, suggesting that this could be something that is innate to the growth process itself. And also, I have conducted some robustness checks with and without country fixed effect. And back to your earlier point that I also checked this separately in manufacturing and service, and others positive correlation will hold there. But this data set will suffer from two caveats. One is this is only about OECD countries. It's a relatively small sample size and with only advanced economies. And second, the time span is relatively short. It only has 10 years and is somewhat a special period from 2008 to 2017, the recession period. So we want to see how robust if we consider more countries and a longer time. In order to deal with that, I introduced, so in order to have more countries, I'm using the World Bank Enterprise Survey I'm using it mostly as a cross-sectional data set because most of the countries in that survey would only be serving once or twice. So it covers over 130 countries with 3 site beams. And also I'm using 5 employees to be the small firm threshold and 100 employees to be large firm threshold. And 5, because we know that in developing countries, firm size tend to be really small. So 5 employees, in most of the countries, 5 employees have already get us into the top 10% of firms. So, and then I'm going to run a simple regression between the right tail thickness and level of economic development. And the figure there shows that it's also a positive correlation. And I show that this result holds when we only considering developing countries, and even when we control for some 30-year effect, because some of the countries are serving earlier, some of the countries serving late. But even when we controlling for 30-year fixed effect, the positive correlations report. Lastly, I want to address the issue. You mean that? I didn't compare. It's very, I think with different measure and very different data, the statistics would be, the estimates for the tails are a bit different. Especially for the, you can see that the data here is more sparse, and it's a survey data. So this one comes from administrative sources, and this one is only like survey data. And for the developing countries, like I think it's so that's why the data are more sparse. All the slots. Yeah, this one noise here. The magnitude. You mean the slope or? The slope are also. I think the slope are also different. But I think my emphasis here is like it's just about the sign of slope. It's more about the sign of slope rather than the slope itself. Because like as you said, like there's many reasons on the data set to make the slope to be more sensitive to the data and sensitivities and different measurements. So I'm not going that far, so I'm only taking a sense of the sign of slope. In here, so it's different because you know that when you truncate the firm distribution at different levels, you get different numbers. So the way I target here is the top 10%. So they have similar person in terms of percentile, they're similar. Theory would give you something on the slope. That's a good idea, but I haven't done it. Okay, so the last piece comes from the United States because the United States is the longest time series I can get for firm size distributions. So I'm using the US Census Business Dynamics statistics. So it ranges from 1978 to 2019. It has 10 size things. And because it's only a single country, so I'm simply going to plot the right thickness over time because we probably know the US economy too good about the GDP per capita. And so obviously there's a positive trend. And still, for the United States, my preferred choices of threshold are 20 employees for small firm threshold and 500 employees for large firm threshold. Because US economy is an economy with a lot of large firms. And 20 employees would get us into what roughly corresponds to the 90 percentiles of the US firm size distributions. But also I've checked other, because you have 10 firm size peaks, so I can play around with the threshold choices and show that on the different other choices like 5, 10 for small firm threshold or 1,000 for a large firm threshold, the positive correlations are quite robust with different configurations of that. Okay, so to sum up, I think there's a positive correlation between the level of economic development and the right tail thickness of the firm size distribution. More importantly, this positive correlation holds true using both cross-sectional and time series derivations held in various developing countries, the overall economy, and by major sectors. So it's precisely this robustness of this relationship make us think, or at least make me think, that this is something very fundamental to growth itself. So we better to have a theory that captures simultaneously growth and the variation in firm distributions. So I'm going to offer such theory, and in order to highlight the mechanism, I make the model as simple as possible. And one thing to see it is from production side. The production side is made intentionally parsimonious so that you can see the real important stuff much more clearly. So there will be a continuum of firms with heterogeneous productivity and market competitive. The goods are homogeneous. The production function is very simple. Y equals to Z, namely output equals to productivity. So in this way, there will be no input decisions. And I also assume away firm entry and exit. All of these are made for simplicity. You can easily extend the model with some decreasing return to scale production functions like Y equals to D, L to the power of alpha, and with firm entry and exit. But again, for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to stick with this production function. And each firms, firms are going to, the economy is going to grow. And the only way that firms can improve themselves is by learning from other firms in the economy. And I'm going to spend several slides to talk about how firms are going to learn from other firms, and then like how this learning process differs from the standard one in the literature, and why it's something meaningful to do. Okay, so first, we use big F to denote the CDF of firm productivity at time t, and little f, the density function. And how do firms learn? In one sentence, better firms get better ideas. So the first step will be firms indulgently choose the arrival rate eta of their meeting opportunities. Once a meeting opportunity arrives, firms draw among all firms that are more productive than they are, and upgrade their productivity to the same level. So I use market, the product market is also comparative. So everyone has the same wage. No market power at all. Okay.
Having that.
For trade-off, there's no static like a monopoly trade-off there, but there will be dynamic trade-offs. Okay, so we use the source distribution to denote the distribution of the productivity of other firms in the meetings. And precisely, so what does better firm get better idea means? Meaning that firms are only going to search among firms that they know that are better, but within these firms, they are going to do random research. So the resulting source distribution will simply be the population productivity truncated at the searching firm's own productivity. You're only going to set on the right line. You are going to search over the firms that have productivity higher than you. Okay. So, and the last part is that there's a standard linear cost on the innovation cost or the search cost. So in order to attain a level of rivalry data, firm with productivity has to hire D times eta researchers. And then I'm going to impose the following assumption, because the description of this learning process equips this model with a nice problem. The problem is such that once you start with a Pareto distribution, it will remain Pareto forever. So I'm going to assume that it starts with a Pareto distribution. The initial productivity distribution is Pareto with a constant scale parameter and a shape parameter case.
Wondering, meetings are fully costly, right?
Meetings are costly.
Meetings are costly. I'm just wondering why a high productivity firm wants to meet other firms.
they need more productive firms.
But if you're at the high end of the productivity distribution, what's in this for you?
So it's very important that the productivity distribution is unbounded from top. Otherwise, so it's a diffusion model. So there's no other innovation growth, like innovation sources to expand the research frontier. So all the growth coming from learning firms on the very, very top. Even like they have like almost zero weight in income.
But you can extend these standards or
Not here, but I think it's interesting to look at. Okay. You mean like an external source of ideas that also has unbounded the support?
But I only one that has one.
I think so. I think that's
Like you want to create a rule for ourselves.
yeah. So you could say that it's like a distribution of all the possible ideas in the universe, but a lot of them are unexplored, and that's kind of external. Yeah. But I'm going to, okay, we can talk more on that point, but I need like the sources somehow to be internal so that we have this two-way feedback.
No, you're gonna have one.
Oh, I see.
You know,
But-
you don't have to any moment you have an amount.
But okay, by external, maybe we can talk later, but very quickly. Yes, but if we look at the current distribution, you suggest that it's going to be bounded somewhere. If we think about
Yeah, that would be possible.
okay, I'll move on. Let's talk more about stuff.
Most productive firms in this initial stage are really more productive. If they-
There's no such firm as the most productive. Like if you look at the credit distribution, it doesn't have like a upper support. Okay, so I think I'm going to spend a few slides on the assumption, because the most important assumption here is that everyone's going to target all the firms that are better than them and conduct random research within these firms. And this is another standard one, because the standard one will assume that search are completely random, like the ones used in Lucas, Moore, and Volatility. So in this model, they assume that all firms are going to get the same idea, and it's completely random. The source distribution will simply be the population productivity distribution of firms. And so with that random search, with that complete random search assumption, then more productive firms will grow less in that program. Why is that the case? Because if you're a more productive firm, the likelihood that you meet a more productive firm is lower, and you are less incentivized to search, and you benefit less from each search. And if all the expected growth comes from search itself, then larger firms are going to have a lower growth rate, and G plus growth does not hold there. And in these models, I assume instead that better firms get better idea. So the source distribution is given by population distribution. The population productivity distribution truncated as firms' own productivity. So I show that in equilibrium that all firms would face the same social distribution in terms of relative productivity. So all firms have the same incentive to search, and they will search at the same intensity. They will grow at the same rate, and G plus goal was held in equilibrium. So this is from the theory. If we think about the implications of different learning assumptions, some of them are testable, and some of them are testable from the data. So one implication from the standard Lucas Moore and Volatility assumption is that all firms have the same probability to adopt the most advanced technology. So this suggests that small firms can sometimes jump over the large firms. And this model was instead that more productive firms are going to adopt more advanced technology. So technology adoption becomes a more gradual process. And the best piece of evidence I've seen so far comes from this paper, Theory, Coding, and Truth. They utilize novel and newly conducted survey from World Bank to study within industry, cross firm technology adoptions. And with they found is like leapfrogging is relatively rare, and larger firms are more likely to adopt more sophisticated technologies. A more subtle but technical point to motivate the use of my assumption is that I can show that in this model is the only one in a general class of ideal diffusion model, which that's my model and other standard models that are consistent with G-Brush-Law and Sigma-Martel. And so this is I think this is a nice theoretical result, but for the constraint, because due to the constraint of time, I'm not going to discuss here. Okay, so the rest of the models are the rest of the models are the only decision firms have to make is to decide how much research to hire. In other words, how much the arrival rate of a certain density. Meeting and the firms are meeting and the low productive firm is going to learn from the more productive firm. And then they grow. Okay, so the only decision has to make in the simple model, the only decision firm has to make is to determine the arrival rate of ideas, the ATA, and they have to pay a cost for that by hiring researchers, and they do this to maximize their firm value. And the productivity distribution will also be evolving according to their choices of search intensity, and it was given by this partial differential equation here. Okay, so basically it said that the changes in the fraction of firms with productivity below Z equals to all those firms who are lucky enough to meet other firms that have productivity higher than them. The household side are also very standard and simple. There are L representative household, and all of them are researchers. So because there's no input decisions, all of them are researchers, and they earn away from that. And households also earn firms, so their total income will be wage plus the profit from firms. Household can borrow and lend at the interest rate, and they maximize their CRA utility. And there are two markets to be cleared. One is goods market, and the other is labor market. So for the labor market, because there's a fixed number of households, there will be no population growth. Households, the labor supply are fixed to L, and the labor demand depends on the search intensity chosen by each firm, and also depends on the distribution of firm productivity. And then we can go to the equilibrium concept. The equilibrium here is a very standard recursive competitive equilibrium, such that given prices, firms going to choose optimally the search intensity, household is going to choose optimally the consumption and the productivity the evolution of the productivity distribution is consistent with the choices of the search intensity, and goes goods market and labor market tiers. So I want to highlight one thing about the concept of balanced growth test, BGB. So here I'm focused on asymptotically balanced growth test. So an asymptotically balanced growth test is an equilibrium in which consumption growth converges to a constant but strictly positive number. Okay. So then we can go over. Then, as I promised earlier, with this initial Pareto distribution, I'm able to obtain a completely analytical characterization of the transition path. So with a initial Pareto distributions, I show that we have an equilibrium such that the value function is linear in productivity, the search intensity is the invariant over productivity, and the equilibrium productivity distribution is always Pareto with a constant scale prime to 1 and a varying shape prime to k. And KT, the law of the growth rate in KT equals to negative eta, which says so the growth rate of KT equals to minus the average search intensity. So with this result, we can immediately verify that G hold at each point of time along the transition. So how do we think about that? So G law, again, G-cross law said that the average firm's growth is independent of firm size. So here I'm going to show that expected firm growth is independent of firm size. So the expected firm growth is the product of the number of search and expected growth rate is the product of number of search and expected growth rate from each search. Because of the Pareto distribution is invariant under truncation. So once you truncate the Pareto distribution, the resulting source distribution is also Pareto. Not only that it is not only is Pareto, but it is the same Pareto for all firms in terms of the relative productivity. Therefore, all firms will face the same source distribution in terms of relative productivity. They have the same incentive to search. Will search at the same intensity, and they will have the same expected growth rates in total. And that's how G-cross law holds here. And then, as a promise, because it's you need to start. So here I have honestly I haven't thought about this question. So here is always like you take some value k0 and going forward to 1, and you mean like I reverse back and going to somewhere like the k goes to infinity. I don't know. I'm not sure whether it will be greater because when k, so if we think that k is going to infinity, you see, okay, like a super simple, like a mass point on 1. Yeah. Could be. And I think it's very possible, but you just need a little bit variation on the top so that you can. Yeah. Yes. But I think like logically something like that's fine. Yeah, it's yes. Okay, so with this capitalization result, we can compute the transition dynamics by hands. So we have the labor market. So with the law of motion, on K, we have like the growth rate in K depends on minus eta. So we just need the labor market clearing condition will tell you how much like a capacity constraint. Like what's the average search intensity given the population. And once you plug the labor market clearing condition into the law of motion in K, you obtain a first order linear ODE in K, and you can solve it by hand. So from the solution, it's clear that KT is decreasing into 1. So the right tail becomes thicker. That is to say that the right tail has become thicker along the transition, and the limiting productivity distribution is a Z distribution. And once you have, and the nice thing about the characterization result is that the average state variable, which should be the entire productivity distribution, is now a single parameter given by the Pareto shape parameter KT. That once you have solved the entire transition of the single parameter, you basically know everything about the competitive equilibrium. And one thing we can do is to verify how does this equilibrium look like. Whether this equilibrium is indeed an asymptotic dimensional mass. So we can compute the output per capita. Output per capita is simply total output divided total output, so aggregating all firms' input, aggregating all firms' output divided by the total measure of firms. So that in here it will be k over k minus 1 times 1 over L. And if you take if you differentiate with respect to time, the growth rate in output will be the product of 2 items. One is 1 over k. As we know, k goes into 1. 1 over k will also goes into 1. And the other item is minus k dot over k minus 1. And that is a constant come from the ODE we just saw. And there's 2 implications from those equations. First, we verify that this equilibrium path is an asymptotic dimensional path. But on the other hand, if you measure K minus 1, if you use K minus 1 as a measure of market concentration, that measure keeps decreasing to 0 at a constant rate. So that growth doesn't vanish at all. On the other hand, precisely because it's a Pareto distribution at all time, then KT is a sufficient statistics of any other concentration measures, such as the HHI that we'll be widely using. And a decrease in K will imply that the HHI or other concentration measures keeps increasing over over the growth path. So that is from here we know that we can have an economy that's growing at nearly constant rate while still have steady rising market concentration. The second implication from this equation is about, I think, is arguably a new growth mechanism, which I call tail growth. Because here, as you said, there's no other growth engines. The only way that our output becomes larger is because the productivity distribution is better. Like our growth comes from the thickening of the right tail. So the underlying learning process is a process such that it keeps relocating less on relatively low productive firms to relatively high productive. So this differs very a lot from existing ideal diffusion models, which assume a balanced growth path with stationary relative productive distribution. So in this type of models, all the growth comes from shifting the firm size distribution to the right. While here, all the growth comes from changes in the firm size distribution itself. And I think in the end, I'm going to talk a little bit about the policy implications. I think from the description here, it's easy to get two observations. That's precisely the externality, and that's precisely the room for policy. You mean whether this equilibrium is socially optimal?
That's one, and it's
No, the answer will be no. Well, it's unique in it's not exactly unique because okay. So first of all, it's more subtle than that. So the idea is that okay. So the idea is that I can have all the terms given the initial distribution. So I go back to this result here. I only show that there exists an equilibrium. So this equilibrium is by construction. The way that I should have one such a simple. If you think that it's symmetric equilibrium, then yes, it's easy. But you can definitely have like at the because everyone will be so on the equilibrium path, everyone would actually be indifferent with any level of searching. Then you can somehow deviate from there that someone going to search little or search more, then you have a little bit of perturbation there, and the resulting path will be different. The same productivity growth will go up, but it will be different. But this is really due to the assumption that the cost is completely linear, so that they are completely indifferent between search and editing. So one way to cure that kind of equilibrium is that I'm going to introduce a little bit adjustment part that is convex. Therefore, like everyone will have a unique search intensity given the productivity distribution, and you have uniqueness in that sense. But that doesn't allow me, at least me, to prove uniqueness because I'm solving the entire transition path of a PDE. That means I'm going to prove the uniqueness of a coupled PDE, and this is a very difficult. I don't know. I think I can't really prove it, so I cannot claim uniqueness in that sense. Yes. If I start with different Pareto distribution, if you relax the assumption one, then you will have very different all the analytical results will not hold. but you mean during a simulation, like if because then if you relax the productivity, if you relax the strict Pareto initial Pareto assumption, then you somehow would need to relax this assumption on exactly linear cost. You need to add in some say so that everyone going to search to some level extent. So it would not be the corner case that either you search or you do not search. If you do not, if you still stick with the linear cost. So once you add in some like stabilization forces, like convection forces and other deviation from that, I think it will largely hold like a similar property to that. Okay, so in the end, I'm going to talk a little bit about externality. And I think because market analysis. If you even if you think about monopolistic competition. And I'm on. You know, so, I mean, I see. So this is like some business stealing effect.
So if there is business stealing, then I think the point about like this, but then most they care about what other people are doing, right?
So they care about, so everything is reflected in the aggregate productivity distribution. So they do not, so yes, the way that they care about so, but I think in the HJP you have summer transition, right? So they do care about the future productivity evolution. And that productivity distribution is going to capture the part you just mentioned. Because everything, you're worried about like, okay, what if small firm become large and they compete with me? And that's reflected in the productivity distribution. And here it doesn't really matter because the markets are perfectly competitive. Yes, yes. I agree that if I have quite a number of firms, then definitely I will worry about, okay, if I search more and I let people to search more, and then they going to affect the dynamically from future. Yes, but here it's in there, but it's wholly like, but the productivity distribution is a sufficient statistics for what you have. Okay, so I think as a lot of you have already mentioned that searches has other individual searches have externalities, and there are two intuitions, and very simply there are two intuitions, right, coming from the model. One is the search by large firms determine the thickness of right tail, and the secret tail is going to benefit everyone in the economy. The second intuition is indeed that small firms search do not benefit large firms a lot. So there's an asymmetry between the externalities by large firm search, between searches by large firms and small firms. Therefore, it seems that everyone search at the same intensity is not socially optimal. And small firms tend to search too much, while large firms search too little in their progress. So I'm going to consider a social planners problem, and social planners is going to consider like first the best allocation, meaning that the social planner is going to allocate researchers across firms and types. One major issue they are going to solve is the trade-off between short-run and long-run output growth. So because if you allocate more mass for more researchers to large firms, it's going to benefit a lot for long-run growth, but it's going to take a while. But if you allocate researcher to small firm, they are going to catch up quickly, but you're going to miss some growth opportunities in the long run. So more explicitly, the social planner problem is like the following. So social planner is going to choose consumption for household and choose consumption for household, and more importantly, search intensity for each firm at each point of time, given the productivity distribution, which is the same right here. So basically, they are going to maximize the intertemporal utility subject to goods market clearing condition, labor market clearing condition, and the evolution of the productivity distribution. So this is going to be a difficult question because the object, right? You're doing optimization problems over a distribution function, which is an infinite dimensional state now. So there are some tools from infield game literature from the optimal policy heterogeneous agent models that I borrowed. Particularly, I used the work by Lucas Moore and Udo Moore. So the basic idea is to transform this optimization problems over infinite dimensional triangle into the equilibrium into an equilibrium path, which is a coupled PD, which is easier to solve. So in the end, what I'm going to show is that the search intensity, the general search intensity takes the following form, that eta star dnt is going to be z to the power of kt minus 1 over 2 times L of dnt, and L dnt is some slope varying function. So if you're unfamiliar with the notion of slope varying, you can roughly think that L dnt is something constant. So what really determines the growth rate in V is this power kt minus 1. So roughly speaking, you have the search intensity to be growing in V. So one special case is to think about a exactly parallel distribution, for example, the one that I assumed at the very beginning. So this figure plots the situation, plots two search intensity. The blue one is the search intensity under the social planner's problem. The search person, the blue one is the socially optimal search intensity, which is exactly a power function, so it increases on firm productivity. And the red line, the red straight line, is the equilibrium search intensity, which has a constant slope. Right. So it's obvious from here that large firms search too little, while small firms search too much in the equilibrium. Okay, last slide. Let me conclude. I think it will definitely be different, right? If you have changed the search protocol. But it's really depends on how you model direct search and what kind of externality you want to capture. So I think it's for now I don't have a good answer to that. Okay, if there are no more questions, then it concludes. I think this paper tries to make 4 points. First, ideal diffusion can rationalize the positive relationship between economic development and the right sickness of firms such as diffusion. Second, this law holds in advanced economies and further along. One way to think about this law is to think that advanced economies are further along the development path. And third, the rise in market concentration could be a secular change of the development, and one reason to favor large firms in policy is their externality to diffusion. I think that's this talk. That is all I want to talk about. Any questions or comments are more than welcome.
So if I think of economies that have developed in the last a long time, economies that developed now, some of them take short period. So how do I interpret? How can I visualize that in the context of this? So I look at the fitness, the number of the economy, like it's everywhere, who is with which. How can I do that together with the kind? And it would be like the way I thought about it, would be like the threshold I have, X, Y, and Z should be different for the two economies. Maybe there's a better way.
Okay, so are you saying that if I want to like do cross-country conversion in Australia, yes, for sure, I think there's a big role of cross-country differences, but I think one way uh, to you. So I do one empirical exercise I've done, but not cross country, but for the United States. But I think it's somewhat related to like trying to make the data with model. Is following is like I have some estimates on K, right? I have estimates for K, and I know the data of US log GDP per capita, and the model will say that Y is somewhat proportional to K over KY, and you can put this to in a test. Like to say, okay, there's growth in K over K minus 1, and there's growth in output character. How do they align with each other? Right. And I think in the United States, it's approaching well, and these two track a little bit like very closely. But more generally, I think when you think about different countries, whether if you can piece everyone into the, so it's like, I think it's more like if I'm going to write down a model and I have some idea. This one, right? This one I have like a very long passes. I can like in principle in the model, I can simulate a transition pass and a different K and a different log GDP. I just plug into log GDP and you will produce a K and try to compare with that. Yeah, I think it's doable and I think it's pretty doable, but
Yeah. Consider again. So if you go to where the Nile begins, they look right. The water flows. There's no way you could irrigate. There's no way you could irrigate from Lake Victoria. Right. Okay. Right. So that's true. But then that's a matter of okay. That's no longer just a matter of policy agreement, that's a matter of policy agreement plus massive infrastructure to construct that and something like that. But if you could, I think application, the bar from denial could be better. I don't know, but it's not a costly reallocation. It's not about that.
I think see that Egypt is asking this would be effective through the fact.
They have, for sure, for sure. So, I mean, a whole bunch of, but look, I think irrigation, we talked about this before, irrigation is really interesting, is to look at. The lack of irrigation. The lack of irrigation, so there's no canal irrigation, so there's not. So Egypt has a natural canal irrigation, much mild one. But you also have the potential for groundwater irrigation. There are other ways to irrigate, which also are being done. And so I think the question, I like the question, which is, but I think the idea is basically the initial side of the property right at the top, I suspect is not correct. That may matter too. But I think you need the initial side of the property rights, which has restored certain types of massive infrastructure. I mean, we take a lot of infrastructure to take water from essentially redirected off. Right, that's what you're talking about doing is not just building irrigation structure, redirecting over. So at some cost, we will do that. But the river flows from south.
Sub-Saharan.
So you stop recording.
I haven't stopped recording.
Okay.
That's like asking what this river. And decided to use it to irrigate California. I'm sure you could do that, but without becoming.
Yeah, this. Is this for you?
Okay.
Just check if the microphone is. No, I think it should.
You have to click on screen. Okay. It is working. Okay. Then it's timer is.
I think Paco would be able to tell you, Francisco. Francisco would be able to tell you.
Ah,
Otherwise we
I see,
can,
okay.
if you want, I can give you a hint from the. I can write it on the page and then 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Yeah, that'd be great, maybe. 15 minutes on the channel. Thank you so much. But no worries, I can also see in my own.
Okay, so it's working out. So thank you so much for having me, and thank you to the organizer to include our paper to this great session. So my name is Suela from Princeton, and today I'm very happy to talk about my paper joined with Karol, who's also sitting right in front of me. about competition for innovation and growth under Imperfect Subsidies. And this paper uses the census bureau data, and it is here in our of the author, not just the census bureau. So our paper is motivated by the following two strands of the literature. The first thing is, in the reality, we know that firm innovations manifest in diverse firms, and there have been many recent papers focusing on the heterogeneity in firm innovations and how they can impact the everyday outcomes as well as firm level performance in a different way. And also, as well illustrated in the Richard Gilbert 2006 survey paper, firms might have different incentive to adopt such different types of innovation in the real world, depending on their characteristics or the market structures as well as the economic environments in which they are operating. Therefore, the heterogeneity in firm innovation has been highlighted more and more in the recent period. At the same time, on the other hand, we know there has been a long history of studies on the effect of competition on firm innovation. However, still, the results have remained inconclusive. That said, those previous studies have shown competition can either increase or decrease overall innovation. For instance, empirically, overall 2020 recent paper showed that competition decreased overall innovation in the context of the US economy. However, on the other hand, Blue Medal 2016 paper showed that competition can actually increase innovation in European economies. And there are a few researchers trying to understand this phenomena through the lens of the theoretical models, such as step-by-step models as in ideal level, or the trapped vector models as in Blue Medal. But all these models actually either rely on unrealistic assumptions or cannot discipline those phenomena that we saw in the data. And also, the most importantly, those previous studies have limited guidance on assessing the importance or the implications of competition through the lens of heterogeneity and firm innovation. So this still calls for a rich theory that can allow us to decompose firm innovation insanity in more detail by taking into account the competition of innovation as opposed to just overall changes in innovation. So following this, our paper aims to understand the following two research questions, both theoretically and empirically. First, how do firms use different types of innovation when they are faced with increasing competition in the economy? Then, how does accounting for the competition of innovation bring us new insights into the aggregate implications of competition in the economy? So to tackle these questions, our paper develops theoretical and empirical analysis. From the science theory, we build a discrete time endogenous loss model. Specifically, we extend accident curve 2018 paper by introducing a novel friction named imperfect spillovers. A key feature of this model is that in this model, firms can grow in two types of innovation subject to friction named imperfect spillovers. So what are the two types of innovation? One type is called internal innovation, in which firms can improve their own existing products or innovation process. For instance, if you think about Apple, they develop iPhone 15 on top of iPhone 14. That could be an example of internal innovation. And the other type of innovation is labeled external innovation, which means that firms enter into a new market and then take over the leader. And that used to be outside of their production scope. So for instance, again, Apple entering into cell phone industry back in 2007 could be an example of external innovation, because their main industry used to be computer manufacturing around that time. And then on top of that, as I said, we added imperfect spillovers to this model. And this friction in imperfect spillover means that firms basically have to take time to learn about the new technology or others' technology to undertake the external innovation. So for instance, again, I'm using the example of Apple, but Apple has been trying to enter into car industry more than 6 years. but still it's been in progress. So this shows that such type of friction really exists in the reality even for a big firm like Apple, because learning new technology takes time. So the combination of these elements in the model brings the key distinction of our model from others. Yes.
The organization of data.
So is it like the example you are thinking about is the case for like merger and acquisition?
Yeah, I also price is coming. If they're in the market, there is no, I don't know how much Imperfect is the technology to in the case. Given that you already buy all the structure stuff.
Yeah, so I think that is not included in the two types of innovation we are assuming here. And then that is not incorporated in the model. But maybe in the data, I can talk about how such case can be related to our measures for the internal innovation. But we have not incorporated that type of firm behavior in this paper, and it is out of our scope.
I'm interested to see how much that is.
Yeah, that's true. And then one thing I want to point out is that, as I will show, we are relying on the competition shock by using the Chinese competition or Chinese example, WTO. And then we show that there has been increasing trend of internal innovation for innovative firm sectors of shock. And then at the same time, if you compare that to the trend of the merger and acquisition, that has been actually flattening over this time. So this should not affect our results in the data, but in the model, we are not assuming any of this. So the key distinction of our model is that multi-product firms can build technology barriers to defend themselves toward increasing competitive pressure in the economy by strategically choosing across these two types of innovation. So that's the key distinction of our model as opposed to any previous theoretical frameworks. And then to the best of our knowledge, this is the first model having multi-product firms using different types of innovation strategically, and then making feedback effects on others' innovation incentives as well as entries. So that is the key novelty of this model. And then the second half of our paper brings in the data to test model predictions. And specifically, we are using the firm level data from the Census Bureau integrated with a US federal patent database to test model predictions. So specifically, we are measuring internal innovation in the data to distinguish from external innovation by using the self-citation ratio of firms' patent portfolio. And then as I answered to this question before, we are leveraging the Chinese WTO exemption as an exogenous competition shock.
Attribute particular product innovation will have. In terms of components, we saw, and when you do the citation ratio, I assume you will make some threshold.
Oh no, it's a continuation variable.
So model is
Yeah, it's just a distinct variable in the model, but in the data, we are relying on the continuous value of self-citation ratio to measure the internalness of innovation.
I saw in the model, the internal versus external is actually.
No, in our model, it's two distinct types of innovation, but in the data, we just measure it through the continuous.
So my question is, why would you in the model consistent with data using continuous?
Sorry, say it again.
Why not the model as continuous in the model as well?
in the model, I think, yeah, it's hard to conceptualize it as a continuous state variable or decision variable, because in the model, internal innovation is used to improve the quality of their existing products, as opposed to external innovation entering into new market. So it's very distinct definition. Yeah. So maybe it's hard to conceptualize it as a continuous variable. So let me provide you a preview of key findings of the paper. First, from the side of theory, we find that increasing computed pressure proxied by an exogenous increase in creative arrival rate in the model will increase internal innovation for incumbent firms, especially for those products that they have already existing technology barriers. However, those incumbent firms will reduce internal innovation for those product lines that they do not have such technology barriers. And then such strategic choice of innovation, incumbent firms will hamper others' external innovation, because by building on internal innovation, they can increase the technology barriers for outside firms to enter into their markets, which will naturally decrease the external innovation of other firms. And then one countermeasure we did to see the aggregate implications is to increase the computed pressure in the economy. But we did this exercise on two types of economies. One is the US, so we calibrate model to the US economy. Having higher external innovation cost to proxy an economy having lower creativity relative to the US. And then we compare the results, but the first thing I want to highlight is that the firm level responses in both internal and external innovation remain exactly the same across these two types of economies. However, once we look at the aggregate variables, the aggregate implications vary a lot across these two economies. In a sense that when you look at the changes in overall innovation, this will decrease in the US, while this will increase in the other hypothetical economy having higher external innovation costs or lower level of creativity. And this can allow us to reconcile the prior results in the studies that had divergent results in terms of the effect of competition on overall innovation. And I will talk about what's the mechanism behind this. Then the other thing is, we also decompose aggregate growth into the part attributed to domestic firms from the part attributed to outside firms. And we saw that actually, even though in the second type of economy, the overall innovation rises, the part of the growth attributed to domestic firms decline, and then the rate by which it declines is even more pronounced in the US. So that's another distinction between these two economies. So this highlights that it is important to see or examine the innovation composition as opposed to overall innovation changes only, because rising overall innovation might not be necessarily beneficial if we take into account the composition changes of innovation. That's the key takeaway. And then the second, yes. Yes, it's independent choice. So, related to your points about the cost of innovation across these two types, we calibrated using those moments related to it in the data. And then here, when we define the other hypothetical economy, we set that economy to be having higher external innovation costs relative to the US. And then that's the main source generating these results. And then I will talk about more details on how I calibrate these cost parameters in a few slides later. And then in empirics, we find firm level regression results consistent with the model predictions. In particular, we find that in the US, innovative firms having accumulated certain level of innovation intensities will increase internal innovation in response to the rising Chinese competition. And then this will actually have implications on the pre-existing association, positive association between firm level parenting and growth. And at the end, having higher internal innovation will decrease such positive association between parenting and firm level employment growth by 17.1%. I saw there was cash. Yeah, that's a good question. So we also thought about that kind of automated mechanism to deliver these results so that we control the indicator for importers or exporters as well as offshoring firms, and then the results will go us. So that cannot be the channel account for these results. So our paper is related to the following three strands of the first part is to study some competition and innovation. And as I said, our paper brings a rich model of multi-product firms choosing heterogeneous innovations, and that will enable us to assess the aggregate implications of competition through the innovation competition as opposed to just a whole innovation. And that can help us reconcile the divergent results that we saw in the previous studies. The second thing is about the literature and technology gap and spillovers. And our paper uncovers an underlying endogenous force as well as mechanism to behind the recent decreasing trend of the knowledge spillovers as a consequence of firm strategy choices between the two types of innovation in response to exogenous forces of increasing competition such as globalization. The last trend is related to studies on the diverse innovation by multi-product firms. Then our paper builds a rich endogenous force model incorporating strategy choices or strategy interactions across different types of innovation, as well as the effects among those innovation choices. So that's the novelty of our model that can contribute to this finding. Okay, so now let me talk about the model, and then specifically to deliver the mechanism properly, I will borrow the following illustrative example about model. So consider the following economy having two firms, and then say that firm A owns product 1 and firm B owns product 2. And I'm showing you the bar here that indicates the product quality that each firm has. And successful innovation will increase the product quality, and then that result will be realized in the next period. And as I said, firms can do two types of innovation, internal and external. But for the simplicity now, let's consider the case in which firms can do internal innovation only. So in order to do internal innovation, firms first have to invest in R&D. And then not all R&D can be successful, but higher R&D investment that firms can put in, the higher success probability that firms can obtain. And then successful internal innovation will increase the product quality by the ratio of 1. So think that that has been realized, so we are in the next period. And assume that firm A fails, while firm B succeeds in their internal innovation in this period. So you can see that the bar only has increased for firm B. And now, on top of this, let's allow external innovation. So say that firm A wants to take over the market from firm B through its external innovation. But to do so, it has to learn about the frontier technology owned by firm B in order to take it over from firm B. However, as I said before, this learning should take time because firm A has never produced product 2 before and also has never used any of the technology associated with this. So we conceptualize the learning frictions by the following. External innovation should build on the past period technology level of the incumbent firms in their target markets. In other words, learning should be timed by one period in the model. And then this will naturally generate the following statistics. Local technology gap, which shows the ratio between frontier level of the incumbent technology from the previous period level of the incumbent technology. And then this gap will summarize how much technology advantage that the incumbent firm has within its market. Because they can leverage on their frontier technology level, which cannot observe by outside of firms, as outside of firms can only learn about the previous period. Mhm.
Their new productivity is always higher than the previous.
What do you mean by new technology level? So the frontier level. Yeah. So they can only learn about the previous period of technology that the incumbent firm has in its target market. Yeah. Sorry, I don't.
Firms can only do better things in the field they are experts.
Yeah, I think that's quite I mean, the intuition is quite related. Yeah. Intuition is more or less similar. Yeah. So they can only learn about the past period technology. So in that sense, it's past dependent. But only if they can make it successful, they can increase the step size on top of that. That if that is higher than the frontier technology, they can take over the market from there.
In the model,
Model is district time. Yeah, so I think we cannot generate the structure in the form of the continuation time, the continuous time, because we have to define this technology gap across times. And that's why we have to assume the model to be discrete time projects. That's one reason. And then the other thing is, if we assume the continuous time model, then the probability of having successful internal innovation in firms' own market, as well as the probability of successful external innovation by outside the firm to take over the market, cannot be positive at the same time. Yeah, so that's why we couldn't use it.
it would be nice to have a notion of how hard is to copy that is independent of the time.
Yeah. So here we. So I think I'm not maybe getting your question from.
It would be nice to have a notion of how hard is to copy that is independent of the length of the time. Your notion is very much to require time
Yeah.
I can imagine a more general notion that can make it valid even if they
Okay, yeah, I think we'll think about it, but that's why we currently now assume this discrete time model with a one lag period learning. Yeah, just to make it as simple as possible.
So there's a so A and B are in discussion. They want to enter industry. Suppose there is a company C that is in the same industry as currently, but it has a worse technology. So for learning for C and A, are they the same? Like, will it be easier for C to learn a company needs like it's 5, 10.
Yeah, currently we are assuming the monopolistic competition setup, so there's only one market leader in each market. So there's no ladder than a frontier in a within a market.
Like once the technology expired, then that technology is free to everyone, inside or outside. That kind of.
No, I think for the outsider firms, the market that they can enter into is randomly assigned. So in that sense, it's not heterogeneous across firms. And then within a market, there's no leader or follow that you talked about, like there's no firm A or C, just firm A.
Your result be the same if instead of assuming the external innovation copies the previous period's technology, if they copy a fraction of the quality of the incumbent, your result still goes through. Because then it comes back to Karol's question, it has nothing to do with continuous time versus discrete time.
Yeah, I think I will have to think about it because in that case, it should be constant across firms, but in the current model,
No, it
still.
doesn't have to be. You make the fraction to depend on the quality.
Yeah, exactly. So if the fraction varies depending on the firm's state variable of the quality, then probably it can replicate our results if it's not constant. Yeah. But if it's constant, I think the implication might vary. Yeah, I think that's a good point. So external innovation has similar structure as internal innovation in a sense that firms have to invest in R&D, and then the more R&D investment, the higher success probability that firms can face them. And also successful external innovation will improve the quality of the target market. But now we assume that the ratio, the step size increment will be by the ratio of error. And here we want to make a note that error is greater than lambda, which was the increment of step size through successful internal innovation. And then that is based on the empirical findings show that external innovation contribute to aggregate growth more than internal innovation. So that's why the step size by successful external innovation is assumed to be higher than the counterpart by successful internal innovation.
But that should be the external example to any other, to be a new innovation. But in your case, you can have improve on your own technology. You can improve in somebody else's technology.
Yeah, so external innovation is.
Like can be external in the sense it's a new technology, it's not citing my own technology, it's a totally new technology.
I see. So there's no.
Presumably those are going to be the technology more broad than the marginal internal innovation.
Yeah, so just to clarify, there's no notion of creating brand new technological products in this model. So there's just a continuous set of products. And then firms can either enter into a new market given the set of the products or improve on their existing products. But still in the data, I think that's how accident curve test is. But still in the data, when you compare those patterns, relying on higher self-citation as opposed to just pattern activities without relying on the higher self-citation ratio, the latter can contribute to the growth more than the former. And then the latter can be inclusive of this type of external innovation. And also, I think I didn't mention here, but there is a paper by Garcia and Chen, yeah. And the data documents that the contribution attributed to this new creation of products or technology is not very much to account for the aggregate growth. So they have such evidence showing that it's not the main driver of
as well as so what we are saying, as well as what actually Kurt is saying, is that average contribution of external versus internal innovation on one plane. If we compare that external innovation, creates more average growth.
if we can talk about it offline more. But this assumption follows that evidence by excellent. So say that we are in the next period again, so the realization of the external innovation has happened. And assume that for May is successful. So that even though they had to rely on the past period technology owned by Group B, by having successful external innovation, the bar has increased by that, as you can see in the orange bar here. But does it necessarily mean that Group A successfully recovered the market from Group B? Not necessarily, because Group B can also simultaneously do internal innovation. And then suppose that has been successful as well in the same period. And we here assume that improvement through consecutively successful internal innovation is influential enough so that lambda square is greater than F. And if that's the case, Firm B can leverage their technology advantage within its market accumulated between the previous period, and then properly protect its market from the pressure by Firm B. That's why at the end, we will compare the bar obtained by each firm. Blue bar is still higher than the orange bar because Firm A was able to make two successful internal innovations at the same time based on its existing technology barrier. And that is attributed to the existence of the imperfect spillover and the constant technological advantage Firm B had in its home market. However, if you think about the other case in which firms do not have such technological advantage in the first place, then this firm would not have such incentive to increase internal innovation because at the end, it will know that it will build to protect this market from competition. And that is actually the case for Firm A. Because if you recall, in the previous period, Firm A did not make any of the successful internal innovation. In other words, they do not have accumulated technology advantage within its market. And if that's the case, now we can decide if Firm B want to take over the market from Firm A by doing extra innovation, and then say that that's been successful. At the same time, say Firm A made another internal innovation between period 1 and 2, and that's been successful. Still, if you compare the bar obtained by each firm, Firm A is lower than what has been had by Firm B. So that's why Firm A will not end up having incentive to increase its internal innovation, even though they could do so, because Firm A end up failing to protect its market from competitive pressure by Firm B. And that's because they firstly, they did not make successful internal innovation, and thus it was not able to accumulate technology advantage in the first place. So let me take things up here. So to summarize the results, if there's a higher competitive pressure in the economy from the side of product owners, it will lead incumbent firms to increase internal innovation within the market in which they have technology advantage. However, if they do not have such technology advantage within their market, then they will not have much incentive to increase internal innovation. And then from the side of outside of firms, if technology barriers have been risen by incumbent firms conducting internal innovation, then they will end up failing taking over the market so that they will not have such incentive to do external innovation. So this strategic choice by firms will hamper the incentive for outside firms to external innovation. So these are the firm level responses as opposed to in response to increasing competitive pressure in the economy. Then even though these are results driven by the simplest version of the model, our full-fledged model has all these features. And then based on this, we'll do counterfactual exercise to further look at aggregate implications of competition. And then we find that the overall innovation now should change, and that will, the direction of it will actually depend on the innovation cost structure of the economies. Yeah, but still, if you recall, there is a local technology gap between the frontier level of the technology of the incumbent firm from the past period technology of the incumbent firm. So for a given firm, you can compare the frontier level and then the past period level of the technology owned by its firm. And that will proxy the level of the technology advantage that it has within its firm. Okay, because outside of firms can only learn about the past period. No, I think that's an important question. So here we assume that firms can do only one external innovation, regardless of their state variables. And also, on top of it, we assume that the product market that they can have a takeover through creative disruption is randomly assigned. So there's no heterogeneity in terms of external innovation. No. So that's actually the results from this counterfactual, because overall innovation can increase or decrease depending on the relative shifts of internal and external innovation. And maybe I will make it clear in the next few minutes when I show the counterfactual exercise. Okay, so now let me talk about empirical findings that can support our model predictions. So we are using the data of the whole population of patent firms in the US. So specifically, we have merged these databases from the Census Bureau with the USPTO patent data. And then here we rely on our own crosswalk linking the census data to the USPTO through the name and address matching along with the internet search agent algorithm. Because the existing crosswalk have pitfalls in terms of the discontinuity of sample period and also the coverage. So talking about main measures of this data set, first, we measure firm innovation by the citation-adjusted number of patent applications. And also, we measure the internalness of firm innovation by using the self-citation ratio, the average level of self-citation ratio of firm patent portfolio. Regarding governing competition shock, we use the Chinese exception to the specifically, we follow Pearson shock and Henley and Limau measures, which relies on the removal of the trade policy uncertainty about U.S. trade policy toward China's accession to WTO. So here, we measure the NTR gap to proxy this, which shows the gaps of the tariff rates imposed on non-market economies such as China from the tariff rates imposed on the WTO member countries. And then this NTR gap is at the industry level, and then we convert it to the firm level by using the employment share weighted average. And we use the 1999 value, which is a year right before when the US government has granted the permanent NTR status to China. Okay, so based on this, let me now talk about the main identification strategy. So we are following the generalized defensive specification as in Pearce and Schwab, but specifically we interact the defensive term with the innovation intensity of firms. So the following shows the firm level regression, where the pre-treatment period is in 1992 through 1999, and the post-treatment period is in 2000 through 2007, because we use the shock of the Chinese accession to WTO around the time 2001. And then the independent variable here, so dependent variable here is either the 7-year DH growth rate of the number of patent applications or the same counterpart growth rate of the average self-validation ratio to further show the results on internal innovation. The main defensive term is the NTR gap times post, where the NTR gap measures the competitive pressure at the firm level that I discussed before. And then the post is the dummy indicating the post-treatment period, which is after 2000. And on top of that, as I said, we interact this defensive term with the firm's innovation intensity to proxy the degree of technology barriers firms have in the data. So specifically, we use the average of the past 5 years Then lastly, we control for the set of the firm's time-varying characteristics, such as size, age, or the trend, and also the public firm status. And we also take out industry time fixed effects. So here, the main coefficient is beta 1, and then our model expect it to be positive when we take the dependent variable by the growth of self-validation ratio.
Just a minor point. I think China joined WTO at the end of 2001. So I stand to the reason you said a cutoff of 99 instead of, I will probably put it 2002 instead, the post.
Yeah, I think we use this time period because the announcement the government has made was 2000. And then the initial accession happened in 2000. And we are relying on that uncertainty, trade policy uncertainty. Okay, so showing you the results, first, when we have the dependent variables in the changes in patent application, which indicate the overall firm innovation at the overall level, then we should find no evidence that China's competition affects this firm innovation. This is because if you think about our model, at the firm level, there's two directions of innovation. One is firms should increase internal innovation, especially those firms who have accumulated technical barriers. But at the same time, they will decrease external innovation. So the overall innovation at the firm level will have a decrease. However, once we replace this with the changes in self-validation ratio, which shows now the changes in internal innovation, we should see statistically significant effect. In particular, if you look at the last column, which shows how the internal innovation has changed for innovation-intensive firms, which proxy those firms who have accumulated technology barriers in the data, they will increase such internal innovation in response to rising competition by Chinese firms. And then what does it mean in terms of the growth implications? We find in the data that parenting is positively associated with the firm level employment growth, but higher internal needs of the parenting will decrease such positive association by 17.1%. So this is the implications that we can find out of this result, which is also consistent with our model bridge. Then we did several checks through using different sets of environmental controls, and also we checked the parallel pre-trend assumptions, and also we directly test implications on the external innovation by using the number of products being added. And then all these results stay robust and support our model predictions in a consistent way. Okay, for the remaining time now, let me talk about counterfactual exercise to see aggregate implications of competition. Yes. Sorry, say it again. No, it's the verb level regression. And then if you're talking about the shocks, yeah, it's the verb level too. So initially it's the 6 next digit level industry, NTR gap, and then we convert it to the verb level by using the industrial information associated with the verbs, and then by taking the employment share weighted average. Yeah, so we have the employment share of industries associated with the firms. Then we construct the verb level measures. So yeah, one thing is those patterns not having higher self-sanitation ratio could be a proxy of external innovation. And then the other thing we also directly measure external innovation, I actually briefly mentioned this again, is to use the number of new products added to product portfolio. And then that measures the external innovation directly, and then we find the opposite directions if that's the case.
External, given that the shock will tend to be at the industry level, to trade shock is at the industry level.
Shall is firm level.
But no,
Yeah.
the actual tariff is changed at the industry level.
Mhm.
So therefore, you will have similar effects within the 4 different industries. And so then maybe targeting external is really a firm will go to other industries rather than within the industry. For that external.
I think maybe that could be one of the cases, but still within industry there will be extra innovation because this product in the data is at the 7-digit mix, which is more disaggregated than the 6-digit mix level that defines industry. Yeah, so both can be extra innovation. Okay, so here shows the elements of the book batch model. So all of this have been already covered in the previous simplistic version. But I want to briefly mention that here we have sperm entry and exit, and specifically we use the created destruction arrival rate by outside firms to plot the exogenous compute pressure in the economy. So we calibrate model to the US economy from 1987 through 1997. And maybe going back to earlier question about the cost structure, you can see that the scale of the internal R&D and the scale of external R&D shows the cost parameters in the model. And they have been calibrated to match the R&D to sales ratio as well as the average number of products. These are quite standard in the literature. Just follow their way. Okay, so now let me show you the results from the counterfactual exercise that we did through this model. So as a counterfactual exercise, we increase the computing pressure, external computing pressure, So specifically, we increased the creative destruction arrival rate by outside firms by 50%. And then we see what happens in the context of the US economy by calibrating the baseline model to the US. And this table shows the results. First, consistent with the firm level responses that I discussed before, this will increase internal innovation for those products having at least above average technology barriers. However, it will decrease internal innovation in which firms do not have any of the technology barrier. As a result, external innovation for both incumbents as well as new startups will decline. Therefore, the innovation population changes. This is one of the cross-sectional implications. But now, if we look at aggregate implications by seeing the aggregate R&D to sales ratio in this economy, this actually drops in the US. And putting that differently, the changes in declining external innovation more dominant than the changes in increasing internal innovation in the US. That's why at the aggregate level, overall innovation has declined. At the same time, yes. That has been taken into account to generate equilibrium. Even after that, such increasing internal innovation as well as decreasing external innovation remains there. So that has been already taken into account during the general equilibrium. No, I think that's not the main assumption delivering that, because we also have explored whether the general equilibrium first would not observe this by exploring certain parameter spaces. But still, I think that's not the main assumption making this result. And then even without having such parameter assumptions, analytically, this firm level responses on internal and external innovation exist, right? And then after taking into account general equilibrium first, it's not fully dominated.
Is it well that firms are creating more market barriers, or is it well that firms are getting better at what they actually know how to do? How do you say?
Yeah, I think that interpretation is a bit tricky, but at least we show that that increase of the self-citation ratio is mainly associated with those firms having accumulated technology barriers by having higher accumulation of the innovation intensity within the past 5 years.
But they use this as a measure of like creating barriers, right? Like dissatisfaction and the rise of self-citation and the use of knowledge. So that's kind of a different
Yeah, so one idea we have in mind is that we can actually directly measure how the technology barriers have been pronounced by measuring the frontier to the lag period technology within a product, because we have the data and then we can really measure this technology gap at the local product market level and then show that how that has been changed. But that's something that we haven't done, but we can directly test it. Exactly, and then that's another way how how this increase in self-citation ratio can be interpreted as a result of strategic innovation by looking at its its future self-citation. Yeah. That's something we also had in mind, but haven't really tested yet. Okay, and then lastly, in this economy, when you look at the growth attributed to domestic firms, it also decreases, and that is mainly due to having decreasing external innovation. But now, if you look at the other economy and then do the same counterfactual exercise, so to be precise, now we calibrate the baseline model to another hypothetical economy having higher external innovation costs to proxy the economy having lower initial stock of creativity relative to the US, and do the same counterfactual exercise by increasing creative destruction rate by outside firms. And the implications for the firm level responses for both internal and external innovation remain exactly the same because nothing has to be affected. But now, when you look at the aggregate innovation by using the overall R&D to sales ratio, that will increase. That actually has increased in this economy, and this is because the changes in increasing internal innovation now become more dominant than the changes in increasing external innovation. That's key distinction from the U.S. economy. And then why this is happening in such type of economy? This is because in this economy, the initial stock of external innovation is very low due to having higher external innovation costs associated with it. That's why even after having competed pressure, higher competition, and then even after having declining external innovation further, the impact of it will not be very dominant because the initial stock of external innovation was very low. So the marginal loss of decreasing external innovation further will not be very much. That's why in this economy, the impact of increasing internal innovation will fully dominate the impact on decreasing external innovation. That's where this the rise of aggregated innovation comes from. And then another important thing, yes. Just 1 minute, okay. Another important thing here highlight is, although the aggregate level innovation has risen, it may not be necessarily beneficial. Because if you look into the growth composition as before, the growth attributed to domestic firms also declined as in the previous economy, but the ratio by which it declines is even more pronounced. And that is because the external innovation, the decline of the external innovation drives the growth rate attributed to domestic firms gets hampered. Therefore, this shows that examining innovation composition matters because if you just look at the overall innovation, it might be shown as very beneficial, but actually if you look into the composition of innovation, it was not beneficial because it was mainly driven by increasing advanced internal innovation. And thus, the aggregate growth implications were even more hampered in this economy. Okay, so with that I can conclude quickly. So this paper introduces imperfect spillovers to the endogenous model to study how firms' innovation incentive vary across different types of innovation, and then there are firms can use different types of innovation in response to increasing competition. And we find that the competition changes matter for aggregate implications. And these aggregate implications then vary across economies having different innovation costs. And then we have several extensions in progress now. Currently, as I said, the model assumes the monopolistic setup, and we can further extend it to a oligopolistic setup to further investigate its linkage to the increasing trend of market concentration. The another thing is we can further the empirical testing by using other data from other countries, such as Orbis data, to explore cross-country analysis and test whether this hypothesis holds in other non-US countries as well. And that's all I have for today. Yeah.
We can discuss. Some of your comments.
First of all, thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here and included in the program. My name is Sampreet Goraya, I'm currently at Princeton. It's a joint project with Akhil, who is at IIM Bangalore. And today we are going to talk about identity, market access, and demand diversification. So the motivation for this project is actually very simple. It starts from this idea that has been well established in like sociology or mostly micro evidence that identity, defined as individual's sense of belonging, dictates whom we interact with and what we consume in our daily lives. Okay. Given that identity is important for consumers, then it can drive preferences for in-group products and in-group producers. Now, a firm that seeks to access diverse markets in terms of identity, they need to be appealing to these diverse consumer bases. And this has direct implication on what kind of employees they want to hire. You can think of like salespeople or production people. Okay? And the ability to do so is going to be of great consequence on the boundary of the firm and firm size. And I don't have to emphasize why we care about firm size or firm boundary. We have just like 2 papers today talking about this, and this has been shown to be very important and consequential for economic growth. So in this paper, we are going to ask 3 questions. The first, at micro level, do these interactions between consumers' concerns for identity and producers' hiring strategy affect firm entry decisions, its market access, and consequently its boundary? Does this micro interactions have macroeconomic implications, for instance, through firm entry on industry concentration and overall consumer welfare? And third, is there a role for policy? Is there any sort of inefficiency that government can get rid of and improve consumer welfare? So let me directly get into the findings of the paper. The paper is actually divided into 3 parts. The first part, we provide a theoretical framework to think about these issues, which is actually a very simple. The starting point of this framework is Malik's model. And instead of having countries, we are going to think of different consumers. Yeah. The main assumption, the departing assumptions from the Malik's model is that consumers will not only care about the quality of the product, but also the identity of the producer. Okay? So the perceived quality for a consumer will be a combination of the observed quality that we will say that you can really observe, times the distance between the social group, the identity of the social group of the consumer and the producer. So the goods that are produced by my own group are more tasteful to me relative to the goods that are produced by a group that is distant from me. The main mechanism in the model is that firms recognize these preferences for the consumer and respond by hiring people from the target's consumer market. The way this happens, an example you can think of is salespeople. So if I'm going to target a certain identity group, the way to convince them of my product is by hiring people from that particular group. In the model, this will act as a taste shifter. The main result from this interaction is that a firm that is very, very diversified in terms of its employee composition is a firm that can access diverse markets. And thus, it is a firm that is large in the economy. And the phenomena, we label this as demand-led diversification. Yes.
I don't know, if somebody hired my set of people, do I get that information at all or not? It's not hard to say hire 10 people from my candidate.
Yeah.
So I feel like there has to be something about the network of that social that needs to play a role. Otherwise, how does this information get disseminated to the rest of the group?
So the main assumption, underlying assumption, and I will provide the empirical evidence that has to be visible.
Right.
Okay, so that's why the example I gave about this saves people, because it has to be a product where interactions are necessary. Okay, so that I will go deep into that. That's yeah. No, it's perfectly fine. Thank you for the clarification. So we are going to take. Yes. So you can think of a firm that is targeting Black community in the US having a Black brand ambassador, like that's part of it. That's part of the model. Yeah. So I'm now talk about where we apply this.
But
So
should I think of discrimination?
So here I'm not going to talk about discrimination. It's truly the preference that.
The way we make them on the niche, some firms get similar scale type of firm that's accepting type of workers work on the firm that
From the firm side, I'm gonna, so all the supply side frictions that you might have in mind from the firm side, like discrimination, who I want to hire, they are absent. I can talk about
the consumer side.
Yeah. But from the consumer side, I think it's like the notion of discrimination that is present in the US. I think that's different from what I have in mind. It's mostly identity. It's like there is some sort of utility that I get by following the norms set up by my social group. And that's big, like a concept that is broader than like solely discrimination. So I'm not gonna say that it's
just the model choice.
Yeah. It's preferences, so it's not of the consumer.
From having good type of
Yeah. Yes.
It's the point on network. One thing they think the data and see that less diversified workforce is current. You cannot do that to non-diversification, or you have to do that to current more countries. You primarily hiring to and confident.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. So this paper is about demand and diversification. I will try to convince you that like what we find empirically and then how we estimate that we are actually capturing the demand side. So there are many forces like networks, preferences from the consumer side. We are going to say that that's not the focus of the paper, only demand side. Okay. So we take this model to India, where we know that the social identity driven by the existence of caste system is very important. Okay, in the historical times, the caste system segregated people at birth into different like occupations. Now, in the modern times, these mobility restrictions have mostly loosened, but identity remains a salient feature of the Indian society. Okay. So we are going to use this data, which is partly a panel and partly a cross section, that provide us with the employee linkages. So I know the identity of the producer and I know the identity of the employees. Okay. Ideally, what we need is a shock to one consumer group, like a helicopter money, that increases its demand, and then you observe how firms behave after this. Okay. We are going to replicate this shock by using a well-known shock that has been used a lot, which is the monsoon shock. We show that monsoon shock increases wages for one particular community that is worked as agricultural labor. Because monsoon increases agricultural yield, have a income shock, positive income shock that translates into positive consumption shock. We show that from the firm side, firms belong to the same identity or the social group becomes much larger from on the way revenues, inputs used, employees, and so on. The second, we show that firms from other identity groups, they expand or they choose a workforce that is disproportionately coming from the groups that have witnessed expansion in demand. Okay? And this effect is particularly pronounced in sectors that are contact intensive. Okay? So think about repair shops, tailoring, or other service sector firms that you might think that contact is very, very important. Okay? Yes.
So I was the
So I will try to convince you during the empirical part of the paper that we can take care of it by using different cuts of the data. So give me 15 minutes. The model I'm going there, it's a very important. Okay. Okay. In the final part of the paper, we show that the main parameter of there is one main parameter of the model that defines the taste for identity. Okay? And this you can estimate by using this partial revenue elasticities from the second part of the paper. We find that taste for identity is substantial in the consumer demand. One way to quantify it is writing it in this demand decay rate, which means that as the distance between two social groups increases, the demand declines. Now, if you look at economies where taste for identity differ, so if I say economy where the decay rate is 10 relative to an economy where the decay rate is 60, what happens is that where concerns for identities are stronger, markets are very ethnically local. Firms are not selling to different consumer groups because taste for identity is very strong. So firms are smaller. Firm has less incentive to hire people from different caste group. Aggregate homophily is high. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So it's true, there is a lot of spatial segregation. So in the model, you can allow for both spatial and ethnic, the caste distance and the physical distance. We show that then you estimate two parameters. In the data, we restrict the sample to the districts that are not spatially segregated. We have the data on caste by villages, and I will show you how we do that. But that's a very important. Okay. Finally, can we say something about policy? So one could be a paternalistic policy, which is that consumers should not care about identity, then firms, because there is a fixed cost, it's the merits model, then firms can, the good firms can expand, in competition can increase, and welfare will increase. We are not going to take that direction. Instead, we are going to look for counterfactuals where we subsidize firms for hiring diverse workers. So we subsidize high caste firms to hire low caste employees and vice versa, low to hire high caste employees. Now, this is a de facto decline in trade cost, okay? Which means firms will have incentive to expand. Expansion leads to industry competition, real wage increases. The flip side to look at this is that firms will expand, consumers will have more choices, there is love of variety, so pricing response, consumer welfare increases.
With the same product, like by changing the world economy,
So I'm subsidizing the firms so I'm just paying them.
But from like, if you towards that market, that market means that consumers are buying product they lack capacity.
No, so because firms and
So then that's a kind of like face separate price. You can buy like I want to buy a good that is competing like that because now everything fixed. I don't have that, so for me the current I have some property from property.
can I postpone that question? I will go into the model and there it will be answered really good. Okay. Very good. So let me briefly go through the literature. So I want to say one thing, that there is a vast literature trying to understand the market access. This is through trade, within country, across countries, and there is a vast literature understanding firms' hiring practices, mostly through the supply side, the hiring constraints, the network constraints, the population constraints, etc. So I think this paper's novelty is that we are trying to link the market access to this firm's hiring practices. Okay? We try to define, theorize, and quantify how big is this interaction, and are there any macro implication? What is the role for policy? But I'm happy to go through in detail if you have any questions. Yes.
This idea, give like a specific example of a product that should have in mind, because the sales firm that you gave confused me. Case I can think of the product as a pencil, and then I can hide.
No, so we are not in that world. So in that's really the Malik's world where markets are independent, right? I can hire two people, then I can sell pencils to both, and I can reduce distance at no cost. Here we will be in a world where markets are interdependent. If I sell you, other people can seek me, and then their taste for my product is affected. So when I enter your market, I have to take care of all the relevant markets for me. So
yeah.
Yeah, the example would be, I will show you the results for that. So particularly if you think about any customer facing shop, like repair shops or tailoring, yeah, not all services that you can, so the context is very important. Yeah, it's retail and the retail sector. So you go to a certain shop, you want to buy, and you want to make sure that who is your customer and how the retail sector is a good example, not the products. Okay, so let's go through the model. So yes. Yes.
Who else buying from this?
Yeah, so it's 1-to-1 because I know what's the composition of your workforce is that is sufficient statistic for your customer base. Okay. So there are two sectors, and there are S-casks, and it's a generally so it's a extension of a Malik's model. We have a homogeneous goods sector that will act as a numerator in the economy, and most of the action is going to happen in the differentiated goods sector. So in the differentiated goods sector, we have continuum of firms, and firms will be heterogeneous across two dimensions. One is quality, which we label as observed quality, like that is independent of identity. And the second is the owner caste or owner identity. Both of them, the combination of these two things makes the perceived quality of that product for the consumer. There is monopolistic competition, so the markups are constant across firms. There is entry and exit in the spirit of again Malik's model. So these are the preferences. So there are continuum of castes. So we are going to solve the model with 3 castes, but you can allow for many more than that.
we are gonna say that the two castes are separated by a distance, like identity distance or ethnic distance, that is DSS dash, and we will normalize the maximum distance to be 1. So all the castes are within a circle of radius 1. The preferences are on the homogeneous good and the differentiated good. So the homogeneous good, so there are a lot of preferences. A is the share of income spent on the homogeneous. The differentiated good is a set bundle of continuum of goods. Now in this case, you can see that I care for the quality of the product. The S is the cost of the consumer. The S dash is the gas of the producer. So I care about. This is the taste shifter, which is again depend on the quality and the distance between consumer and producer's gas. But the aggregator is over goods omega S, which is endogenous because it depends on the entry and exit of goods. We can derive the downward sloping demand curve. The main parameter of the model is going to be this beta that defines the love for identity in consumer preference, the taste elasticity that we call. What it is saying that the taste shifter is a combination of quality and ethnic distance, which the taste declines at a rate beta over ethnic distance. DSS dash is an exogenous distance, so you are born in a certain caste, and this is your distance to all other relevant castes in the economy. And this is the endogenous part. This is the firm problem. I'm going to talk about this, but assume this to be 0 for now. This is the parameter we will estimate using the reduced form analysis that I got. Okay, so let's the form problem to a graphical representation. It is about that I consume very different goods relative to the other caste, then yes, this model doesn't apply to that world. We want to capture goods that are consumed both across castes, and in our empirical analysis, we want to be also careful that the observed quality doesn't differ that much. For that, we will use product prices. So in a way that the dispersion across caste is not that high. For us, that is going to be the measure of observed quality. So I am here going to describe the problem of a firm that is owned by HC, which is high caste. Okay, for a firm whose producer belong to HC, they have 3 relevant markets. There is low caste LC, which are small, and there is middle caste MC that are in between LC and FC. Okay. The producer of HC wants to access all 3 markets, so it wants to move a bit closer to both castes. Because these are small, they have less incentive to move closer to them. Because these are big, they have a higher incentive. We show in the paper that there is the optimal ethnic location of this firm, which is represented by G, that is kind of proportional to the market demand for each caste. Okay, so the castes that are small or that are poorer, both we will use both isomorphically, are going to be the castes which are suffering from, because nobody wants to sell to them because they are relatively. And this is important because if the markets were independent, then this will sell goods to this independent of selling to them, independent of selling to themselves. Okay. The issue is that moving in this direction makes you further away from your own people. And that's why this is the main departure from Malik's 2000. Okay. So the markets are interdependent. Yes, exactly.
So, two things I want to say in this slide. So, this is going to be the last technical slide of the paper, I promise. What we want to say is that the total profits of the firm, that is the sum of profits from all markets, you can write as an expression of 1 minus the weighted distance from all relevant markets. This can be 10, this can be 5. In this case, there are 3 in the empirical analysis. The lambda is going to be the weight on each distance. And this is going to be captured by the relative market demand and the cost of hiring for each caste, the people from other castes. If the cost is infinite, then I will never miss. Okay, so if the cost is infinite, these people will remain here, the producers. The cost of moving in one direction is infinite, then this producer will move in this direction, not in this direction. Okay, so you can allow cost to be cost dependent, actually cost dependent. So each pair can have different costs basically. This is under certain assumptions, you can write the total profit like this. And you can see that the maximization gives you a very nice analytical characterization, which is nothing but this minimum optimization of Fermat-Weber problem that shows that how much you want to move in each direction is nothing but the weighted average of your exogenous systems. Basically, the weighted average is the market demand and the cost of moving. If the cost is infinite, you don't want to move. If it is 0, you want to move, depending upon how big is that market. The equilibrium of this economy is the sum of prices, which is the wages, the price of the homogeneous good, the quantities produced for the homogeneous good, and the differentiated variety is the mass of firms that enter and the labor force that are using for each caste, such that household maximum utility, producer maximum profits, the free entry condition hold for all castes, product markets for each good clear, and the labor markets clear. So yes. Yes, so exactly. So the same. Imagine in some products, the XC producers never want to sell to LC producers, so they will not, because they will lose their own market, so they will never end up selling them. So you can have that. Okay, so how should we think about this demand shock? And then I will tell you if we have a demand shock in the data or not. So first, imagine there is a demand shock that increases the size of low caste and the middle caste. First result is that because there are this taste for identity, consumers are going to spend disproportionately more on the goods that are produced by LC producers and MC producers, so on their own group. So those firms should expand relatively more. Second, because these markets are now much bigger, there is an incentive for high caste firms to move closer to LC consumer groups, which means there is an incentive for them to hire more LC employees if they can hire, if there is a market to do that. They can do the same. They can do the same, yes. Yeah, it's kind of a trade cost, right? Like, so in a sense, think of this elasticity as a tariff. So firms can choose this taste elasticity. It's just that because there is interdependence, I can never get rid of it. Okay, so two main results. The expansion should be caste specific, particularly if firms of the caste that experience a demand shock should expand more, and firms of all other castes should move closer by hiring people from the castes that are expanding. Yes, XC are the high caste, LC are the low caste, and producer being high. So when firm is born, or a producer is born, we know the caste of that producer. We say it is the high caste firm if it is the producer, the owner of the firm. Sorry, the owner of the firm is of that caste.
So there's like the two or different.
Yes.
Yeah.
The quality of
But the even a high class one would have, so they will have a strict type of obligation. There's nothing.
yeah. Yeah. Yes.
People are in the same place and the same thought also drives every time. So everyone has become victim.
Yes.
So including the farm.
Yeah, okay, so you are thinking about something about firms have more capacity to spend. I will show you evidence that, so we have the data on, so if I get you correctly, it means like some sort of financial friction story, right? Is that what you have in mind, that I can buy a like card or a car and then sell more? Yeah. So we know the loans of the firm from the institutional sources, non-institutional sources, and the capital stock of the firm. So we will show you that both institutional and non-institutional within this identification strategy that is very strict doesn't respond in a way that we should expect them to respond if that is true. And also the capital productivity doesn't respond in a sense that like it doesn't seem that they are buying more productive capital and becoming bigger. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Like they're doing in the farm and the why is it so better in this law?
So I will show you a graph in slide. Okay, very good. So let me take you to the data. I think we are time. So the classification in the data. It's 35%. The percentage of loans.
That if like a low cost person are more likely to be an entrepreneur.
Yeah, exactly. So they will be. So it's the result follows from the managed model. Basically, the larger the caste, more than proportional the number of firms. So high caste will have more firms relative to S.
Whether there's like a
No. There is no. So there is no occupational choice between being a firm and worker. There is a fixed stock of worker and there is an endogenous mass of firms. That's how it matters. It's exactly matters. Yeah. The mass of entrant is endogenous. The mass of worker is exogenous. Yes, exactly. The distribution of not exogenous. Distribution of workers is exogenous. Firms is endogenous. Okay, because of the free entry. Okay, so we have the caste classification in the data. This is what we're going to use, which is scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. We label them as low caste. Then we have other backward class that we label as MC, and then there are general caste that we label as XC. We also know the gender and the religion of the firm, so we can create more identities. And as of now, not to complicate things, we are keeping them up to three different groups. We are going to combine data from many different sources. The first is the data from the Employment and Unemployment Service that is giving the daily wage data. The most important one are these two. This one is the monthly per capita expenditure that is very detailed. We know if they're buying a pressure cooker or a furniture or a chair or tobacco, so that's really important for the verification point of view. The most important data source is this, which is the micro, small, and the medium enterprises.
which is provide the caste identifier of the producer and the employee for these three categories. We also know the gender, but let's say only these three as of now. We have a balanced panel of firms for 3 years, but for revenues and material costs, and a cross section for all these variables. And this is, so for instance, we know the capital structure and loans to understand how valuations change. We know the quantities and the prices to understand the quality of the product that each caste is producing. We don't want to be in a space where the quality is very different, and we don't want to conflate quality with identity. And then we merge it with the rainfall data. We have an extension of this where we are estimating angle curves, which does not depend on the rainfall, but I will not discuss it in today's presentation. I'm happy to answer in the free time.
They don't have different prices.
We do not find significant differences So there is a difference between the average price across cabs. It is not correlated with the rainfall shock. That's what we care about. It shouldn't be coming from the. Okay, so MSME is a nationally representative sample of firms. Because we focus on the rainfall shock that affects the rural agricultural productivity, we are going to focus on the registered firms. These are the firms that are not subsistence firms. These are the firms because we want a sample of firms that want to expand, that doesn't have this like low productivity and kind of subsistence nature. In the end, it's a substantial part of the aggregate economy. It represents around 50% of the manufacturing GDA. We have service firms, but the data at the aggregate level, we could only point for this. After cleaning, we have around 200 sectors, 5,000 products, 600,000 firms, and 3.3 million employees. Okay, and this is how the distribution of employees looks like. So the average is 5.5, the 50th percentile is 1, and 95th percentile is 3. So here what we are plotting is this size on the x-axis and the share of on-caste employees on the y-axis. You can see that small firms, on average 85% of their employees belong to their own caste. And for the largest firms, it drops to around 55%. So this decline can be driven by a combination of supply side factors, could be network constraint, population constraint, supply skills, and could be driven by this demand consideration that firms that want to expand need to access different markets, they need to hire people from different casts. The number we want to put is on this channel. And we find that this channel is explaining around 10 to 15% of the overall decline. So it's not everything. This hiring and the network constraints are also important. So they are here, but they are not many because most of them are in the unregistered sector. So you can see that the median is 2 employees. So there will be some, but I don't have the number on the top of my head. But there are many single employee firms that also have a different, the difference between the owner of the So yeah, so the number of employees in principle could include if I'm employing my own firm, but it's not necessary. Huh? Yes, yeah. So these are mostly large firms. Okay, so average share of own caste employees is 75%. We have cut the data in various dimensions. The only thing that matters is caste. The sector, the district, the regions doesn't explain any heterogeneity in the data. Okay, so what are we gonna we exploit? We exploit a monsoon shock. There are many ways to define this shock. I'm going to show you results for one way of actually defining it, which is just taking the monsoon rainfall in a year, and you can see that there is a
quite a clear heterogeneity in this. We need this. We couple it with the changes or the difference between the size of the firm, because this is what we wanna. This is our dependent variable. So this we use the variation in these two things to identify this dimension. So if you have things coming in a sense that the yield can increase heterogeneous across regions, in the end it will end up increasing consumption. We care about average consumption. So if you have any concern in mind, let me know. Okay, so this is our main regression, which is dependent variable regressed on the monsoon. And what we care about is this coefficient beta 2, where we interact the monsoon with the gas dummy and with bunch of controls, and there are some fixed effects. Okay. So I stands for individual or household or firm. D is districts and T is sphere. The identification is going to come from two sets of fixed effects. For panel, we are going to use district year fixed effects and cost fixed effect. And for cross section, we are going to use district fixed effect and cost fixed. Okay. And the result clustered at the district. So these are the first set of results. What we find is that the consumption, this is the household monthly per capita consumption. There is a 10% additional response in MPCE for low gas relative to high gas. Okay, we can divide it into manufacturing goods, services, goods, durable goods. Durable goods are the ones which is basically pressure cooker, furniture, those kind of goods. And services will include education and manufacturing similarly. Okay. The second main result of the paper is revenues, and here we have material input, which is intermediate goods. This is for all sectors. This is for downstream sectors or consumer-facing sectors, and you can see that the size of firms expand by 17%. This is always controlling for gas fixed effect, district year fixed effects, and either sector year or product year fixed effects. Okay, so this is again within products and within this. So just keep in mind this number or this number. These are going to be the most crucial ones for the quantitative exploration.
Districts where you have more low cost, get more rainfall, and
so I will show you that how to get rid of the spatial angle. Like, of course, we don't know the location of the firm at the village level. We are working on this. I think we can get it, but it's not there. So, but we know the composition of caste for each village. Okay. We are going to get rid of all districts where villages are super segregated. And you can define it as you want. So our is 50%, like if the HHI is above certain level, we are going to drop those districts to get rid of this, like let's say the cost and the segregation. Okay. So the second result of the paper was that how firms are changing or how the worker composition differed across the firms when certain castes or certain groups observe a dimension. Okay. The first strategy we are going to follow here is the same as I showed you, where we interact cost and this monsoon shock. The problem here is that because we are using this district fixed effects, we cannot identify how the high caste firm is going to respond. And this is the most interesting look to see how they respond to this high demand from low caste consumers. So we're going to employ two strategies. to understand how high-cost firms, high-cost producers is working. The first, we are going to define a control group of firms, which is the markets that are dominated by high-cost. So the idea here is that in the markets that are dominated by high-cost firms, the incentive for firms to diversify is low because consumers don't have any outside option. Okay? The second strategy is to define the control group with service sectors the sectors with low contact intensity. Okay, where I cannot. So, for instance, production is happening background, then I'm selling to retail sector. Here, it doesn't matter who is my employee, right? So that's my control group, and the treatment group will always be this contact intensive sectors. And for there, I can identify how high-cost firms are different accommodation. So the first strategy, where we are just doing what we were doing before, we find that total employees for low-cost firms increase, the high-cost share of the employees is lower, the middle-class share of employees is higher, and the low-cost share of employees is higher. What really interesting is the cross-elasticity, that both groups are hiring people from each other's stacks, in a sense, which is in line with this demand and diversification. Again, here we cannot know what high-cost firms are doing. These are all relative elasticities. So, to show that what high-cost firms are doing, we first employ this competition strategy. Okay? So what we are doing here is basically we have a different way of defining market concentration. You can either define by number of firms, by revenues or employment share within a market. And you can say that, oh, if the number of firms are more than 50%, or 60, 70, 80, 90, then the market is dominated or otherwise. Okay? And the idea is that the markets that are not dominated, the high-cost firms tends to have more low-cost employees. And this is defined for the 3-digit sectors, this is defined for the 4-digits. So the incentive to diversify is higher when consumers have an outside option. That's the main. The third empirical evidence on this is again its contact intensity. First one is the repair and maintenance, and second is the service. These definitions are given by the MSME industry. So I have no degree of freedom in defining them. These definitions are very important because within every manufacturing industry, there is a repair and maintenance. There is a repair and maintenance for tractors, cars, motorcycles, and stuff. For services, there are around 70,000 firms that are tailors. That is very contact intense. And if you use the usual manufacturing service breakdown, you will list that as well. Here we are defining, here I have more degree of freedom, so I'm defining my own contact sector, which is furniture services, and here I'm dropping also the furniture sector, and you can see more all the specification. The idea is that high-caste firms tends to have a higher proportion of low-caste employees in districts where there was a high monsoon, which is a marker of high demand from that caste, and in the sectors that require this face-to-face interaction. Okay. So this is the end of the empirical evidence. So let me just quickly, actually I will skip it because I have the macro results. But the segregation thing, we can measure the geographical segregation because we have village level population share. So we measure HHI and we remove all the villages and districts where population is living in very different geographical locations because we don't want to capture transportation costs. All the model can handle both. It can handle transportation costs and the ethnic distances. Okay. So how do we do the micro to macro quantification? There are 4 parameters that will be jointly estimated
I'm going to talk about the first one that is the most important, that's the taste elasticity, which is beta. And we will estimate it by using this partial revenue elasticity of the firms. What I'm showing you here is on the x-axis, I have different levels of taste elasticity. On the y-axis, I have monthly revenue elasticity. So the 17% number that I showed you in the regressions, that was a yearly increase in revenue. We are going to assume it's a uniform monthly increase, which gives us a number of around 1.13%. Each dot represents a random combination of these three coefficients, and we are using the whole sequences here. And this represents 15,000 model simulations. The main message I want to take from this slide is that the relationship between monthly revenue elasticity and the taste elasticity is very linear and monotonic. So we are not stuck in any local minima or maxima, which might bias the estimates of beta. Okay. We do the same for other three parameters. Again, you can see that there is a clear tendency in the model to estimate the three parameters. Okay, so what we estimate is that the taste elasticity is 0.308, which again in the beginning of the presentation, I told you that the demand decay rate is around 30%. Okay, a unit distance between two casts declines demand by around 30%. So the taste for identity is substantial. The fixed trading cost. So in the model, if you want to trade or if you want to sell goods to different markets or trade with different markets, you need to hire people from different markets, right? So the share of firms that are trading with each other is equivalent to the share of firms that are hiring out us, which is 38% in the data, and this is what is matched in the model to get this trade cost across markets. This is actually very close to what recent papers have found by using this firm-to-firm trade data, which they found these numbers to be around 50%. So I'm actually very surprised that the numbers in the data are so close to that number. Okay. So this is the first macro result of the paper. What I'm showing you here is on the x-axis you have equity distance. On the y-axis, we have relative demand decay. Benchmark economy is the blue line. So a distance of 1 means that demand will be lower by 50%. If the taste for identity would be stronger, the demand decay will be faster. And if the taste for identity is lower, the demand decay is lower. We can solve the model for different levels of beta. So here I have different levels of beta. The green line is the share of firms hiring outside their caste, which is we call it as aggregate homophily or opposite of aggregate homophily in the economy. And the blue line is the average firms. Okay? In a world where taste for identity is very strong, firms do not sell to diverse markets. They are ethnically local, which means their size is small. Because identity preferences are very strong, the incentive for hiring people from different castes is lower, the aggregate homophily is higher. Okay? These are the two main the macro results of the paper. The final slide of the paper of the presentation is about a policy experiment. So we could do many other policy experiments. One where we allow for consumers not to have these preferences for identity, but we are following a very different path. So what we are doing here is subsidizing firms for high diversity we are subsidizing the cross-caste. So here on the x-axis is the subsidy, which is the share of wage pay. On the y-axis, we have the share of firms that are trading across caste or hiring across caste. So as the cost of hiring cross caste goes down, you can see that it is a de facto decline in the trade cost.
So the firms have a higher incentive to sell to distinct markets and then hire people from different markets. So that's why the share of firms, the aggregate homophily in the economy is declining. No, so in the model, the number of firms that trade should be the same as number of firms that hire outside their caste. Yeah, it's like a slab. It's not a, yeah, so the benchmark is equal to, so it's relative to the benchmark. Yeah. Exactly. Right. So the benchmark is equal to 1 and everything is relative to the benchmark. And similarly here as well. 2 would be, yeah, and so in the benchmark it's 38, so 2 will be twice of that. Yeah. And 76. Yes. Yeah, because then so that's exactly what we are doing. We are not touching the preferences of the firm because of the consumer, because that's very costly. We don't know if we like to do this. We are saying the firm, we are incentivizing firms to sell to the markets that are very far away from them in terms of identity. Okay. So when they sell to these distant markets, the welfare is coming from the fact that one way you can interpret is that there are more varieties to consume, which was not there. Or other way to interpret is that there is more competition, real wage is going up. There is no change in the preferences of the consumer. It's just that now firms are actually going and selling them because it's easier, it's like less costly to do for them. No. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Then it's, you know, I want to like interact with other background is interested in where the quality from.
Yeah. So imagine there are 2 firms. We are both 2 different identity groups. I am not selling to you. Your group is not selling. One way why it is happening because you don't trust me. The main idea of the model was that, if I can hire people from your group, then I can reduce this trust. Okay. What I am doing is that I am subsidizing this cost of hiring, which is reducing the trust, makes this trust. But preferences are there, then there is a friction in how you reduce them because it's in. Yes. No, so you have a preference for goods that are produced for your own group, or produced by your own group. You can your distaste for the goods that are produced by my group can reduce if I hire people from your group. Now the friction is that how difficult it is to hire people from your group for my firm. And I am subsidizing this, I'm reducing this in this number. Yes, yes. There is exactly. There is a cost of, yeah. So it's kind of a trade cost. So if in a trade model, I remove the iceberg cost. Firms are going to sell to more countries and this increases the welfare of people. And that's the friction, right? Like we are reducing this stuff. Yes. Yes.
So why is this story not? The lower costs are bandwidth lower on average. So when there is a rainfall drop, there is a larger proportional increase in the income. They start with a low base.
Yes.
Because they are landless, when they're in employment opportunity, they are the ones who get hired.
Yes.
This has nothing to do with
So the demand was
adding my units.
Yeah.
They're more like the lower cost and
Yeah.
are more likely to be landless
Yeah.
and lower.
Yeah.
Right? Now there's a positive rainfall shock that proportionately increases their income more because they're living with a low base.
Yes.
And because they were landless to begin with, now that there is more demand in the local economy, they're the ones who are likely to get higher.
Because there has to be something.
And they didn't have, and if I had land to till, I
Yes.
would just work on my farm. I'm landless. Now you come and you.
So you want to spend more money and so there has to be increase in labor supply that is correlated.
And there's surplus labor in the middle.
Yeah, so you want to supply more labor now.
So I mean, they earlier did not have jobs.
Yeah.
Now more.
But that would be the agricultural sector or what sector?
I mean, a new mechanics of somewhere looking for a newer dismantle that.
Yeah, so exactly. So this is a labor supply issue. If you think that, now I'm consuming more manufacturing goods, I would like to supply more labor to manufacturing, then it has got to do with demand. So my response to that would be, I would not expect that to be, but why it would be more to do it in contact intensive sector or the markets that are more managed. Like I believe this story, if you say, oh, you are looking into the manufacturing sector and now they are consuming more, they should supply more. But then what would be a rationale to that, oh, they are doing it more in certain markets that are in line with this demand list. That's how we deal with that. Okay, perfect. So we have actually no time. So the main idea of the paper is that we highlight this mechanism, which is demand-led diversification, which basically says that firms, when consumers have concerns for identity in consumption, firms respond by hiring people from the target consumer group. Okay. So, and this means that firms that wants to be bigger needs to have a very diversified workforce in a country or in an economy where identity is important. Okay, that's the main message of the paper. And I just want to give you one example that this concern is not only valid in countries or in India or in developing economies, but if you look at the newspaper today, the diversity and equity market is a $7.5 billion market in the US. And if you look at many businesses, they actually say, for instance, investment bank here says that companies will be able to understand and integrate the diverse needs and sensibilities of its customer base to integrate consumer insights into business solutions. So there is in the business community this notion that diversification in the workforce is important to capture diverse consumer needs. Thank you.
And our work is a title, micro and macroeconomic impacts of a place-based industrial economy. Click on, sorry. No. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this paper is about place-based policy. And why do we have place-based policies? Because regional inequality is ubiquitous. And income per capita in the poorest US MSA is 25% of the richest MSA. And a similar ratio is prevailing in Turkey. It's almost $14,000 in Istanbul per capita GDP, while in the poorest one it is around $2,900. And such inequalities across place motivates governments to initiate place-based. And several countries so far have adopted and implemented such place-based policies like TVA and urban empowerment zones in the US, law for EIEF in Italy, French urban zones law in France, and in Turkey recently, another place-based incentive been introduced, and we will exploit that policy implementation. And so far, little analysis has been executed on place-based policies, especially in developing countries, and also spillovers through production networks. And mobility or migration across place has been analyzed for these policies. And also short-run versus long-run impacts of such policies may also differ. And yeah, we will analyze the impacts of the new set of place-based policies introduced in Turkey in 2012. And this policy implementation has its own attributes, and these attributes are going to help us while identifying our corrections. And first, eligibility for receiving the subsidies varied by industries. Government has some motives and thinks that some industries are more important, more strategic than others. That's why they wanted to prioritize such industries, and they allowed only a select set of industries. This was one goal. And another goal for the subsidies was reducing disparities, income disparities across regions as much as possible. Yeah, and the policy has been designed to serve these purposes, and government has determined or announced some industry province payers which are eligible, and also generosity of the program has increased as the level of development or per capita GDP of the region has declined. And in this paper, at the micro level, we use firm level data, firm level balance sheet, and also subsidy take-up data to assess the direct impact of the scheme on traded firms. And also, you also have access to production network across firms. And using this production network data, we also account for indirect effects from subsidized firms to their upward or which is their customers and suppliers. This is going to be our micro findings. And at the macro level, we will use some estimates from our macro analysis, especially the impact on TFE, to feed into a macro model. And here we will adapt a general dynamic equilibrium model, which allows for migration and also trade across firms to examine the impact on regional real wage inequality, so that we want to see the extent of elimination of inequality from this policy.
And we also measure channels through which these subsidies spill over from targeted to non-targeted regions. And these spillovers are gonna take place through migration of individuals across regions, targeted and non-targeted regions, and also production network flow of goods across treated and untreated regions and crops. And time for this. I guess type of other research questions. Here we have these three questions. First, we ask whether the program increased subsidized firms, revenues, productivity, and other economic outcomes. In these slides, I will present findings for revenues and productivity, but in the paper we have a similar and positive impacts on employment and investment. Our second question is going to be about whether these subsidies spill over from subsidized firms to their customers and suppliers. And third, did the program reduce regional wage inequality, and what is the impact in the short run compared to the long run? And okay, our answer to the first question is yes. And the amount is such that a 5 percentage points increase in the investment tax credit corresponds to 3.2% increase in CEPR and also revenues, employment, and investments. And our answer to our second question is also a yes. Subsidies spill over to firms' linkages. The effect of having a subsidized customer is 1/20th of the effect of direct subsidization. Okay? This is the quantity of the indirect effect. But if we think tons of linkages from may have, then this the indirect impact may also be sizable. And then the answer to the last question, whether regional wage inequality has been dampened. Here, what we find is a slight dampening. Okay? And why we are having a slight dampening in inequality? Because of spillovers. Spillovers due to migration and via input-output linkages mitigate the relative impact on targeted regions. And yeah, we contribute to a few literatures. First, we are evaluating a place-based policy, and we are not the first to evaluate a place-based policy. Several other people have done so, and recently Suela et al. Also analyzed a similar program in the UK, and they also, in fact, when we compared our questions with theirs, they are aligned. Okay? Such policies result in similar outcomes, and in fact, a back of the envelope calculation for the impacts on investment. Let's say the firm is about to invest $1 and receiving one additional dollar as subsidy. Then what the firm is doing in our findings is that it's increasing its investment to $2. It's not, and that firm is doing its normal investment and also spending the additional income, additional amount stemming from the government subsidy. And that's it. And in fact, this is a similar outcome found for other countries as well. But yeah, we are not the first, but we are comparing long run versus short term impacts on wage inequality. And also, we are comparing partial equilibrium and general equilibrium outcomes. And spillovers within production network, and Suela and Karol et al. And Mazur et al. They also examine spillovers within production networks. And here we examine the spillovers of subsidies to a production network. And consequently, this is, we are using it in trade model with migration and responses to policy reforms. And here, in fact, we will be adapting under the working parallel in our quantitative of finding general between models with migration and production network. Aggregate productivity. Yeah, in fact, at the micro level, we will measure the impact of subsidy take-up on major KPI. Okay, and in fact, we will use those their coefficient and the subsidy take-up as our shocks in the quantitative model. And yeah, there's a productivity boost on treated firms.
Right.
But if you are asking about misallocation or overall productivity in the economy, it is not a question that we have attacked. It's still open, an open question, and in fact, it is going to be my concluding remark. My last slide and last line.
But in your model, what's the reason? Mainly for the use region inequality, or is there some?
Yeah, in fact, in the quantitative model, yeah, we want to measure the impact on inequality. We are not saying anything about total productivity in the economy and the cost side of the policy program. It's another open question.
But is there externality or anything that justifies the subsidy besides the region inequality?
In fact, yeah, externalities, we can think of agglomerations and so on. In this paper, we are not having agglomeration component right now, but we are revising the paper. Now, next revision, we are planning to homogenize both the investment decision along with introducing an agglomeration such. But yeah, here we don't have such segments. And this is the outline of the presentation. But first start with the institutional background. Here we have the map of Turkey. And Turkey has 81 provinces. And the officials have split country into 6 regions for this policy. And region 1 is comprised of provinces with the highest prosperity or economic performance. And in this region group, we have Istanbul, and Ankara as the capital. And we have large cities along the Mediterranean coastal region. These are the economically developed and more prosperous cities. And then, as we climb up the regions, the level of development depends, and it's going to be clear. And here, the first 5 regions are spread over the country, and they don't. The rule is not a geographic rule here. The rule is an economic geography, not a physical geography, because the blues do not have to be neighbors to each other. But for the least developed part, the southern eastern part of the country, yeah, they are neighboring each other. And in fact, the program is the most generous within this region. In fact, generosity of the program increases along the regions. Okay? It is the meanest in region 1, in Istanbul and Ankara. It's not that generous, but in region 6, yeah, this generosity is pretty. And yeah, only firms in certain industries have been included into the program, and mining, manufacturing, warehousing, and a few others are eligible to receive. And in fact, the chunk of the subsidy goes to manufacturing.
not all manufacturing, but selected manufacturing industries. And these are the subsidy elements. Here, the first element is common across all regions, and it is, in terms of its generality, and its value-added taxes and custom duties exemptions on investment goods. Okay? If you are importing the machinery and capital goods, then that investment is going to be exempted from value-added taxes and custom duties. If you are in the program, if you are eligible, applied, and being granted the subsidy. And the second element is support on interest rate payments. Okay? And for instance, in region 1, there is no support on loans. And region 1 and 2, but subsidies increases from 3 to 7 percentage point over regions and 7 point in regions. Another element is corporate tax credit. And it is 15% in investment cost in region 1, while it is 50% in region 6. And support for contributions to employees' social security payments. And the payments is subsidized for 2 years in region 1 and 10 years in region 6. This slide shows how generous the increases across regions. And in our following empirical analysis, we will use these tax credits, investment tax credits, as our instruments. Because we have tested for other elements as well, they are aligned. But we have to pick one, and we picked investment tax credits. Now, okay, these are the summary stats for regions. And targeted regions were poor. Yeah, here when we look at per capita GDP, it is highest. And these numbers are for the year 2011. Their exchange rate was 1.5. Here in region 1, $18,000 is per capita GDP. $10,000 in region 2, and in region 6, it's around $5,500. Targeted regions were poor. And targeted regions were also a source of domestic migration. Here, region 1 is net migrant receiving region. Region 2 is 0.07, but starting from region 3 to region 6, all of them are net migrant sending provinces or regions. And targeted regions had faster policy growth. And this finding has a lot of us whether they are being hurt by some preference, but then we will check for it. I think that we are secure. Now, this is the distribution of subsidization over geography and industries. Here on the x-axis, we have regions, and on the y, we have industries. And we see how the intensity of subsidy take-up changes over this plane. We have some sufficient variation to identify our empirical exercises. Now, after seeing the institutional background, now we can start detecting the direct impacts of the subsidies. And to do so, we have to combine a few data sets. And luckily, we have a bunch of data sets have been comprised by the Ministry of Industry in Turkey under the name Enterprise Information System. And there we have firm financials, balance sheets, and income statements. And we also have firm-to-firm production network. And this data comes from
firms' filings for value-added taxation. They have to report each and every invoice that they are both receiving and sending about a certain cutoff, which is like $300. We also observe the subsidization take-up of individual firms. And next to these, we can also observe the employer-employee linked data. And we use this data to see how labor migrates across province industry periods. What are the caveats of the data? Yeah, caveats are we cover only firms and employees in the formal economy. And we use estimates for formality by region and industry when covering our aggregate model. We account for informality. Informality has been an issue in Turkey over the past decades, but over time, its share in the total economy is declining, but still, it's an issue to account for. And one other caveat is firm-level balance sheet data links industry provinces to the headquarters. We don't have plantation-based balance sheets for indicators of activity. And that's why. But next, although we do not have firm-level balance sheets and not plantation-based balance sheets, we observe how many people are working at each location of the firm, so that when necessary, we can extrapolate numbers across different establishments of the firm. But for industry level exercises, records of subsidization is at the proper industry province level. This is our main empirical specification. Here we have outcome variable at firm time times year. We have firm fixed effects, and next to them we have industry time fixed effects. And our main coefficient is delta 1, and delta 1 is the coefficient for the substitution. Here, in this specification, empirical specification, we have two concerns. One, subsidies were targeted towards already urban regions, and that's why we had to be cautious about pretrends. And we explored the potential pretrends before 2012, and here we plot the aggregate time series for PP in our data. And in the pre-period, both treated and untreated groups have similar trends. And this is for PP, and for employment, again, in the pre-period, we have similar trends between the treated and untreated. Not synthetic control. No, these are aggregate time series and normalized at 2001. Not synthetic. Yeah. They have parallel trends. And yeah, and there is definitely some selection issue going on, and not all eligible firms receive subsidies. And to take away the selection, the instruments are indigenous subsidy take-up numbers. And there, the instrument, the take-up numbers by the statutory eligibility and generosity of the program. And how does it change? For instance, the statutory rate for investment tax credit is 0.5 for a firm in region 6. Yeah, for a firm in an eligible industry from sphere,
while it is 0.15 for the region one firm and eligible industry firms pair. There are across regions and industry firms pairs, we have a variation in statutory rates, and we exploit this variation while instrumenting our endogenous revenues. And yeah, it's 0 for a firm in an ineligible industry or before 2012. Now, here, before digging into firm level results, we first wanted to run industry level results so that here we have province industry time level outcomes. And there, and in this specification, we have year fixed effects or year industry effects. There we have positive and significant coefficients for the POPs, investment tax credits. And here our finding tells us that a 5 percentage point increase in investment tax credit subsidies received results in 17 to 44% higher revenues. This is the impact on revenues. And also, we want to check for the firm entry. And firm count also has been positively affected by policy. And yeah, only a 5 percentage point increase in investment tax credit received causes from 5 to 20% higher firm counts in treated industry province papers. And
to understand the magnitude, so the revenues are inclusive of the subsidy.
Revenues are inclusive of yeah, they definitely, yeah, revenues are affected.
So which is purely the only effect with the subsidy, or what should be
Costs are subsidized, not revenues. Revenues are revenue for announcing revenue, you have to sell some sales revenue. And for receiving subsidy, you should show an invoice that investors or but it's inclusive, definitely. It's in that sense, yeah. It's carries.
In fact, the charges purely directed to the subsidy, or they were seeing something else, whatever has that nature.
Impact of here we think that this is an independent setup, and how we interpret is that it is the causal effect of receiving the subsidy. Since you have received the subsidy, you invest and you enlarge your business so that you increase your revenues. This is so. And it is that revenue increase is the outcome of receiving the subsidy. If you're asking from an accounting perspective, what is subsidized is your liability subsidies, because your invest, not your revenues. You purchase an machinery and get machinery purchases subsidies. And for even although I will not report here, we have made some back of envelope calculations, as I have already mentioned, whether $1 subsidy increases the investment to what extent. Then we have accounted for that impact that we are paying either because investments are calculated from the liability side and not liability side, but we accounted for the share of subsidy coming from the governments. And the subsidies are capitalized in PPE. If you want to talk about PPE numbers, then we are right. We should account for we should separate the amount that has been deducted from the government. But for
Revenue is different from.
You have a sense of whether it's driven by NPW term or whether it's term made from one region or
These are industry level sizes. In the following slide, I will show firm level sizes. And there we will impose some restrictions such that we will exclude firms founded after the introduction of the policy, so that we will not be adding new entrants into our analysis. Or how the behavior of already existing firms have responded to the policy. But here, entrants are there. And especially as you see in firm count, number of firms, new entrants increase after the policy. But at the firm level regulations, we will exclude those new entrants.
That's quite important because if you think about the overall effects, which dampen the effect of the policy of this policy, they might be larger for the policy because they are recognized.
Yeah, I agree. But in fact, first I will show the micro evidence. There, macro analysis has its own caveats. Yes.
What's the possibility of establishment?
In fact, for financial statements are consolidated. But only the number of employees you can observe at establishment level. And when necessary, we use those number of workers as the weights for extrapolating some balance sheet items.
So this I have two establishment, one is one and one is 6. These revenues are total revenue, one plus 6.
Yeah. But also as a robustness test, we also execute firm level micro exercises on firms which operate at only one location. And again, the significance of the coefficients persist and magnitudes stay around similar levels. Yeah, we are aware of that issue and we have executed robustness.
Can I ask you the negative? 0.6% increase in the
These tax credits are between 0 and 1. Okay, and take-ups are the mean take-up is around 2-3%. Okay, at firm level, and but for instance, a firm in region 6 is receiving, if receiving the subsidy, then investment tax credit for that firm is 50%. That's why 2.6 times 15, 130. It's doubling, more than doubling its. What is it? Here, that question is larger for news. But no, what I said, the mean value for industry numbers is around 3%. Okay? And 3% times 3.5 increasing is 10%. Okay, not such a big return. Because although these are take-ups, okay, not every firm receives these subsidies. Mean values in the whole sample are small. And these are firm level regressions. These are for revenues, and these are the estimates for TFPR. Okay, and a 5 percentage point increase in investment tax credit received, TFP is 3.2% higher. And yeah, these. We use habitual method to extract capital stocks and sorry. It is total capital in the balance sheet. Yeah, subsidy is also there. As long as it is capitalized in the balance sheet, then it's. And yeah, these are the direct effects. And these direct effects are also kind of the treatments on treated firms increase their activity. Which firms are not treated? Ineligible firms and those who have not selected into the program, although it's eligible. There is the selection issue there. This way there.
Because aspiration, there's a very fantastic.
They raise from the firm, yeah.
You are not treated because you are treated. I might be very.
Yeah. Now, in the following slide, we will look at those options. Yes. Yeah, the program is big. Yeah, in fact, it's a costly program for the government. Yeah, but what when I say 3%, that 3% of the firms that employ more than 20 employees, they also impose such a restriction. They exclude small firms because there is also an investment amount cut as well. That's why we exclude small firms, and firms with employees more than 20 make up around up to 10% of total number of firms in the economy. Okay, yeah, 3% within the 10% large firms. And now, next in line, identifying the indirect effects of subsidies on suppliers and customers of these subsidized firms. Okay. Here, this is the specification, and subsidies in one firm potentially spill over to the customers and suppliers, and we augment our initial specification by including share of subsidized firms upstream and share of subsidized firms downstream, and also we account for the wage level at industry province level. And then when we rerun our regressions for revenues and TFP, these are the results. The initial coefficient estimates do not change much. Here, for instance, for TFP, it was 0.6 something here, 0.649, where we did not account for those spillovers. When we start accounting for spillovers, the coefficient slightly changes to 0.66. And impact on revenues is also there. And we also have significant effect of weight of subsidized firms in total sales and weight of subsidized firms in total purchases for revenues. And TFP, in TFP, it is more mixed. But at the end of the day, 5 percentage point in investment tax credit, yeah, we have the same TFPR estimates. And counterparties subsidization, a 5 percentage point increase in counterparty subsidization increases revenue of the firm by 0.5%. And increases revenue by 0.1%. Sorry?
From which position?
these are the coefficients. For revenues, these are the coefficients. We increase subsidization by 5% for both in sales and purchases. And the rate of subsidized firms, since it is the share of subsidized firms in is subsidized or not, regardless of my subsidization status, my customer status, and I observe whether the customers of the firm are subsidized or not. And using that information, I construct the share of subsidized firms in total sales revenue of the firm. Yeah, exactly. That's another way the substance. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, my own, exactly.
Maybe
Are you mentioning climate related view or? Yeah, I remember reading the but I don't remember what the takeaway was. For revenues, yeah, effect here is larger than then yeah, we should get this certification while integrating this. Yeah. And now, okay, we are done with the micro part of the study. Now we want to assess the impact of the policy on regional wage inequality. Here we adapt the model of Feriendo, the workman Karol. And this model has households, and households consume outputs specific to their region and industry, and they also face dynamic migration decision on that work in the future. And this is their lifetime maturity, and this is the migration cost, and this is the pace chart, and this is extreme value 1 distributed, and this is the migration probability. Okay, and you also have next to households, you also have landlords. And landlords rent out structure they own to intermediate good firms, and they consume their rental income, capital rents. And we have intermediate good firms, they operate with constant terms of scale production function, and they combine labor structures and intermediate inputs. They have primary input factor productivity, and they sell output to final good producers. And final good firms bundle different varieties from intermediate good producers in the CS production technology. And they source inputs from intermediate good firms. The share of variety sources in a given region depends on the supplier's marginal cost and iceberg tradings. Output is bundled and sold to households for consumption and intermediate good producers. So we are not looking for it. No, these this We do. Firm network is there, and firm network is for intermediate good producers, buy and sell from each other. There is a firm network among intermediaries of the model and everyone. Yeah.
More at the industry level. Not at the firm. So.
Okay, this is this is an industry province level. In our setup, because subsidization is also constructed as province industry level. That's why
I see. So you're providing empiricals also on the industry province.
Yeah,
I see. I saw. I see. Okay.
And what are the key spatial spillovers in this model? First, in output languages. Subsidy lowers marginal cost downstream of subsidized firms and increases labor demand upstream. There is domestic migration, and there is immigration to subsidized areas. And this immigration to subsidized areas reduces real wages in subsidized region industry areas. And capital rents increases in rental income of structures in subsidized areas and benefit landowners throughout the country. Landowners consume their rental incomes throughout the country. And we calculate model for 45 industries and subsidy regions. And we consider a counterfactual economy. We suppose that total factor productivity was lower, especially in subsidized region industry players, absent the subsidy policy. And we estimated in our firm level exercises, we have estimated a coefficient for TFP, impact of subsidy on TFP. Then 1 percentage point increase in investment tax credit received results in 0.6% increase here. And we use this coefficient and combine it with info on actual investment tax credits received by industry, region, and year level, so that we create our productivity shocks. And then we compare and contrast the behaviors in the counterfactual equilibrium and the equilibrium without actual equilibrium and counterfactual equilibrium. And yeah, we calibrate the model. And here, what we find is that subsidy had a modest impact on real wage inequality. And our objective of interest is what is the effect of subsidy on real wages and employment in each region here. Now, what we do, we calculate the impact of subsidy on the poorest region, region 6, related to region 1. Okay, then this is the measure of inequality. And change in inequality is 0.4 percentage points. And how do we get this 0.4? The change would be 1.2% in region 6 and 0.8% in region 1. This difference is the reduction in wage inequality. And we simulate the model up until 2035. And this is the impact on wage inequality reduction. Okay? In 2015, it's 0.4, it increases to 0.9, then starts declining to 0.6, 0.4, and 0.2.
When you do calibration, which brand did you calibrate?
In fact,
in the previous slide, you calibrated.
Yeah, we have in fact here. They have to work in parallel. They get rid of, they use a dynamic and algebra method where the calibration, where the iceberg costs and migration costs become irrelevant. Okay?
And we target a bunch of moments. And here we use moments from input tables, initial input tables. And for production function parameters for each industry and preference parameters.
Right. But I'm interested in the counterfactuals when you look at the impact of the tax credit. So which moments that help with the which term help with that?
We have migration rates across different industries. These are the moments. These are the moments.
So the elasticity of migration.
Yeah, elasticity of migration. In fact, in the equations that I have not shown to you, we have parameters, and we are calibrating those parameters. And these are, for instance, here we have the flow of individuals. Okay, these are targeted, and we also have, where is it? Input flow across region industry pairs. Again, these are targeted, and model parameters are calibrated to match these moments. Okay, and then we consider 3 additional calibrations of our model to understand the role of spillovers on the dampened impact on regional inequality. And there, what do? We, one by one, we shut down the spillover mechanisms in the model and trace the reduction in inequality. First, we shut down the migration chart. We increase the utility cost of migration across regions to infinity. Then, and recalibrate the model. Then, next to migration, we also introduce autarky, such that we shut down interfirm trade. And lastly, we shut down the impact of structures such that the share of structures in value added is equal to 0, set equal to 0. And then these are the outcomes. These are the benchmark results for change in wage inequality. When we shut down migration, then reduction in inequality increases from 0.4 to 1.9 to 2.3 and it scales down. And next to shutting down migration and shut down trade, then the reduction in inequality increases more. And the role of structures are not that big. But what we understand is that migration and trade across regions play an important role on these dampened wage inequalities or policies impact. Yeah. These leakages, in fact, these are leakages, okay? Leakages of policies impact from trade firms to untrade ones. And these leakages lower the intended impact on inequality. Conclude what we have found. At the micro level, we have found that 2012 subsidy program had substantial impact on treated firms. Treated firms have benefits or their economic activity has been boosted. And at the macro level, the subsidy program had a modest impact on regional wage inequality. And what are the implications for the place-based policy literature? Migration responds slowly to real wage differentials, and hence short-run and long-run impacts are different. And here when we shut down migration, there's an abrupt increase. That's why what we infer is that in the benchmark, the reaction of migration takes time. And yeah, also, yeah, this partial and general equilibrium substance rates also differ considerably. One other finding, finding from the construction of the program, such that regions do not have to be defined or restricted to be neighboring regions. Although they are not restricted to be neighbors, there are spillovers across. That's why spillovers need not be restricted to nearby geographic areas. This is one other implication for place-based literature. And open questions, yeah, in this study, we have not explored what extent did the policy boost nationwide investment and was the policy cost effective? These are open and interesting questions, but we have not attacked them. Yeah, if you ask my personal view, I think it's causing some misinformation. This is my personal instance, but yeah, it needs to be measured. Thank you. If any questions, you know. I know, I'm not really sure.
Sorry, I was wondering whether you see any effect of the policy in the suppliers and the buyers that they are connected to. So whether the network is effectively endogenous and whether it's using your model then.
In the macro parts, they are not accounting for that relationships and yeah, they are not accounting for it. Macro model. But yeah, if we include it, yeah, it could increase the impact on real wages, but the impact on reduction on wage inequality would be ambiguous because it's kind of share of within region or within province trade or those regions. Yeah, it's not explicit in the model.
It would be nice to look at it in the data. It could.
Yeah, we can. Yes.
Because if the policy doesn't affect the non-traded one, it could have been higher, right? Because we are doing the idea.
What would be higher?
The estimated impact. Because we are doing
wage inequality or
revenue, for example, in the micro evidence, we are doing the idea, right?
Yeah.
So if the intervention doesn't affect the treatment, the control group. Yeah. So if the intervention doesn't affect the control group, then that's the true, of course, the true estimate, right? Because you are looking at the impact of the intervention before and after compared to the counterfactor, right? So what I was expecting is when you control for the upstream and the upstream, which means that you are teasing up the spillover, I would expect a higher coefficient on the treatment group.
Yeah, I'm talking about that. Low, for instance, on TFP, it's slightly high. And for revenue, yeah, for revenue, 2.6, 3.2. And yeah.
So the TFP increases, right?
Yeah, for TFP it increases, but for revenue, not it doesn't increase.
It would be interesting
to understand why.
But I see, but also these are idea relation. These are more collaboration effects. That's why it's not that straightforward to understand what is what's going down. It's
I have a related question on the micro level. So you showed us value trends at the region level, right? But you're running regression at the firm level. So are there pre-trends something on were these firms similar? So they take up 60%. Were these firms similar before? Or is it for the region level regressions?
I think both of the I have shown aggregates. For instance, here, these questions were at province industry level, these are aggregated.
Right.
These are from level.